The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning. How are you doing? This is Radio Generation. My name is Mungala Mubi. We are on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa. Na kama kawaida, we are having very interesting conversations on the People's Breakfast together with one City Muga. City, a very good morning.
Morning to you, Paul.
You're well?
I am very well.
Nice, fantastic. Yesterday was a very interesting day. We're going to be talking about that and much more. But happy belated Mashujaa. Actually, I realized as much as we spoke about Mashujaa yesterday, I never really wished you a happy Mashujaa day.
Asante sana.
Yeah, unajua ni shujaa eh? I hope unajua hivyo.
Mimi ni shujaa.
I hope unajua ni shujaa.
No.
Ama hujaambiwa bado?
Do I need to be told?
Hakuna mtu amekwambia?
No.
Now, you know, sometimes you might know that, for instance, women know they're beautiful, but they need to be told every single day they're beautiful. Otherwise, they start wondering if they are still beautiful. So there are people who need validation, and, you know, to be told every single day words of affirmation like, you know what, you're a great guy. Yeah, so City, I'm letting you know, wewe ni shujaa. Na si kwa sababu ya nywele za white, but wewe ni shujaa kwa sababu umefanya mambo mengi. And I'm certain there are people who perhaps today would watasema asante kwako kwa njia nyingi sana sababu ya mambo mengi sana. Kwa hivyo acha nikwambie wewe ni shujaa in advance. Ndio ile siku nitakuwa president of the Republic of Kenya. Just like yesterday. You know, yesterday Raila was conferred with the CGH, eh? Ndio ile siku na mimi maybe nitakuwa president. Alipatwa CGH jana. That is Chief of the Golden Heart.
Sasa ni kila kitu hiyo.
Hiyo sasa ndio ile ya juu. Hakuna nyingine zaidi ya hiyo.
Sio ni mzuri?
Yeye ni mzuri. Yeni mzuri. We have very few people we can count who actually hold that commendation. Chief of the Golden Heart.
Mara nyingi ni presidents too.
Presidents. Yeah, so it's a good thing. But yeah, what did you do yesterday after you left here? You bounced, went?
I met a friend of mine. We sat and drank tea for something like 2 hours, discussing the weather.
Discussing the weather specifically.
When you sit
like
waonaje jua jamani?
Kumewaka bana.
Kumewaka sana bwana. Na jana ilikuwaje noise? No. We were pontificating on life after Raila. Then we moved on to discussing business. Then we moved on to discussing communication. We discussed many things.
Okay. Okay.
Well, it's called catching up.
Yes. When we left here, I went home directly and just decided to rest because the weekend, was very eventful for me.
You did well to rest.
Yes, I also detoxed some of the disappointments from the weekend, such as the fact that my team, Liverpool, was beaten by Manchester United at home 1-2. Yeah, that was really disappointing. But yesterday, I enjoyed watching the West Ham and Brentford game. Brentford walitandika West Ham kwao 0-2. You know, I like watching underdogs do their thing.
You like football?
I enjoy football, so I like football.
You love football?
Yeah.
You love football. I went home and read.
A book or a newspaper?
I was reading manuscripts, I was reading articles, I didn't read a book. Yes.
Okay.
I was reading some articles online. Yes.
Before we get into Mashujaa Day, jana pia nilisahau tu kuongea juu hatukusoma methali ama kutupatia methali because of course we were overtaken by events.
I understood.
So before I forget, let's do that methali thing.
Methali ipo. Si ati ilikuwa haipo.
Inasemaje methali?
Nasema hivi, wacha tu niangalie.
Ufungue kitabu chako cha methali.
Yes.
The book of wisdom. Yeah, the book that City is holding right now is full of nothing but wisdom and hiyo najua tukiiba tutakuwa tunaiba pia national secrets. All right, what's on your methali diary today?
It's actually very simple. A person is a person through other people.
A person is a person through other people.
Yes. This is a proverb from Eswatini.
Eswatini.
Bwana kichwa haipo hapa.
Ni Eswatini. But yes.
Nimeita nini?
Eswatini or something. But ni
I
Eswatini.
apologize, it's Eswatini.
Yeah.
Kichwa bado haijafika studio.
Ni sawa.
But itafika.
Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. A person is a person because
Of other people, man.
of other people.
Yes.
So is it fair to say that a dog is a dog because of other dogs?
Yes.
So you are a person because other people are, and they determine that you are a person that makes you
Actually,
a person.
that is actually true. In the absence of other people, what are you? We are relational creatures.
Yep.
And so our relevance is a factor of other people. Yes. Kama hakuna watu mazee, ni kama kiongozi.
Naam.
Kama hakuna watu utaongoza nani?
Ni kweli. Unaweza kuwa kiongozi lakini wewe ni kiongozi wa nini?
Lazima uwe na kisababu. So there has to be a situation where there are people you are leading. Others, what are you leading? Yourself. Leading yourself is simply you're going for a walk. Hakuna kitu una lead hapo.
Actually, there is nothing like leading you. Well, I mean, there is, but because you have to be, something has got to be following you. You could be leading dogs or cats for that matter.
And you can't say your shadow because sometimes your shadow is ahead of you.
Yeah. Good stuff. I like that one. Speaking of, what we were talking about Mashujaa Day, kuna watu kadhaa walipatiwa state commendations pia. For example, there's a PS who received it. Let me just see who this is. National Treasury Principal Secretary Kipto.
Yes.
Alipokea, he was conferred as a national hero yesterday by the president.
Kipto has been in that ministry for a long time, and his task has never been an easy one.
Yeah. Another journalist, Mwana Hamisi Hamadi, also received a state commendation from the president.
Alifanya nini muhimu? Nauliza kwa sababu sijui.
Naam, ni kweli. She hosts a show on TV, and this show is on empowering women and highlighting highlighting women who've done exemplary well despite struggles that they face or challenges that they face in their
meaning they've
lives.
overcome challenges to
Exactly.
what they do.
Yeah, so by highlighting those stories, and she's been doing it for years, so she
has stood out.
Yeah, she was recognized for that.
I was reading an article. We said that no politician was conferred.
Even the ones that we had read here some time back.
Your list hakuna. Soma politician.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Some of the folks that we also saw yesterday, we had Senegalese President Baziru. Remember, he's one of the youngest presidents. He was elected actually this year, I think, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, so he's called Baziru Faye. He was at the celebrations yesterday, and he spoke about what Africa needs to do going forward as far as recognizing our heroes is concerned. One thing that he highlighted is the fact that we have a lot of heroes that we recognize outside Africa, which is okay, because if you've done something good, you've done something good, and you need to be recognized. Lakini he was also talking about we need to put up monuments, statues in honor of our Mashujaas. For example, we should be seeing a Raila monument. Lakini waitengeneze ikae poa. Kenya tuko na tabia ya kutengeneza vitu zinakaa hivi.
Nyesha kidogo iko na shida.
Unakumbuka wakati Sonko aliweka lions hapa CBD?
Iliponyesha?
Unakumbuka? First of all, those lions were looking like they were made by kids, to be honest.
They didn't even look like lions.
Yes, exactly. They were told they were lions.
There are people who are known sculptors. One such known sculptor is called Gakunju Kaigwa.
Gakunju Kaigwa.
Yes.
Okay.
Before he became Gakunju, he was Gakunju, but he was known as Billy Kaigwa.
Yes.
That man is a first class sculptor. Watu kama hao na kuna wengine waitwe waunde vitu kama hizo. Even if utaona kitu cha kifahari.
Wanafaa
Page 5 of the Daily Nation. No politician made heroes list. Hiyo walifanya jambo la maana. Among the people ambao alipata was the late Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Yes. Si ni mzuri?
Yes.
No, kuna watu walipewa. This one I'm happy with. Because my criticism has always been, why are these people being honored?
Yeah.
I mean, in all honesty, what have they done?
True.
which was, it has to be beyond the call of duty.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
Ni ngumu kupata watu kama hao. But if you move away from politicians, kuna watu wengi kama hao.
Ni kweli.
Wako.
Your list hizo majina, who had linked them and why did they say that this following politicians, because I remember there was Didmas Barasa.
No, mimi nafikiria kilichotokea mwanzo. You know how it is, kuna list, kuna orodha iliundwa. Sasa when it was leaked, ile vurugu ambayo alifuata watu wakasema,
so they were testing the waters.
I think walikuwa naangalia I'm among the people who made noise. That hiyo nitasema wazi ijulikane.
No, we even said it here on.
Tunasema sasa mambo gani hii tena? Hao watu wanapewa hii kwa sababu gani?
I think after that walienda wakambia those folks, I think there were about 6 politicians that we saw on must have been Daily Nation or the Star.
Waliambiwa we mzee, sorry.
Wakaambiwa Didmas was called and was called Titmas. Unaona venye watu wanapiga kelele. Hii itapitu mengoja. And he was like, hata mimi nimeona. Hata mimi nimeona. Someone else who made an appearance yesterday at Mashujaa Day celebrations in Kitui County is the Prime Minister of Mozambique.
Bas.
Yes, she goes by the name of Maria Benvida Levy. She was actually elected this year in on January 15th rather, 2025. That is Her Excellency Maria Benvida Levy. And she spoke in Portuguese. Now the person who was translating for her,
was it a Kenyan?
It was a Kenyan, but I am certain aliyekuwa ameandikiwa speech word for word, because the Prime Minister was saying something and then the Kenyan was repeating it, and the Prime Minister was actually doing like an entire paragraph, so she would do a very huge excerpt and then the Kenyan would repeat. And I was just saying, huyu ni kuandikiwa aliandikiwa. I'm not saying that Kenyans don't know. We do not have Kenyans who know Portuguese.
Wako.
Lakini hiyo unajua, because even some of the words that they were using, he used rather in the translation, you could tell hii si yake, hii ni ya kuandikiwa.
Sio ni sawa.
But he did a good job nonetheless.
Ikiandikiwa, then you're certain that you will actually deliver the message or the speech.
Yes.
Okay. Remember once upon a time there was a sign language individual who was interpreting for Mandela.
Oh yes.
Alikuwa
during Mandela's funeral.
Alikuwa na interpret vitu zake tu.
So and the funny thing is, he actually did that sign language thing even when President Obama spoke.
Sasa hapo ndiye alikuwa anafanya mambo yake kabisa. Walimtoa wapi huyu jamaa?
That is when people looked at this guy and they were like, okay, good stuff. So I wonder who recognized that. It must have been people in his community.
Wewe unasema odd things. There was a time, gentleman in a lovely suit.
Yes.
Parliament inafunguliwa na President Kibaki. Kibaki huyu jamaa tu akutuna yeye.
You don't say.
Until they enter the chamber, somebody asked, kwani huyu ni nani?
That is a serious breach in security.
Oh, yes. He walked and he was there. Nobody did anything to him. Wakaingia Parliament.
That is a serious breach of security. But you know what? That tells you
sasa that mahali president ameenda kusimama, mahali pa kukeni mtu kule, huyu mtu nani?
No one recognizes fellow.
Nobody knew him. But Mazali alikuwa ametinga suti fiti bwana.
Let me tell you, that is what happens when you have confidence.
Yes.
When you have, I remember back in the day when immediately after I'd cleared high school,
yes.
I used to do rounds in Nairobi, the CBD, because that's the only place you could find a cyber cafe with good internet connection. So after my cyber, ikifika wakati wa lunch between 12 and 1, I would walk confidently to any of the big hotels in the CBD. Na sana nilikuwa napenda Intercontinental na Hilton. And I would walk in so confidently. And you know, Hilton na akina like Regency na akina Intercontinental, you would never lack an event that is ongoing. And they had lunch. If they didn't have lunch, they had buy things. And I would walk in confidently, greet the security team there, na huo wakati ya kukuanga na ile mambo ya
habari leo. Sawa. Kazi inaendeleaje wazee?
They didn't have that security check where unapita through that thing. They didn't have that. Okay. They just had the guys at the front gate or the front
yes,
door.
Standing there looking as though they were stomachache.
Yes. I would walk in and be like, hello bro, hello sir, you're good. Walk in, find a conference there. Ministry of Education are having what luncheon, get in, eat, leave. And I would do that every single time I was in town. So it's about confidence. Sometimes I would even get in and interact with the delegates of whatever function was going on there. Whether it's a national event, whether it's a private event, whatever event that was going, nilikuwa ninaingia.
Good for you.
Yeah. And I'd have very serious conversations with the people that find there.
No good stuff.
Siti nipata any delegate. I'm like, yeah, hello sir. I think I know you from somewhere. Maybe not far.
Atakueleza tu.
Na akiniuliza wewe ni nani? I'm like, my name is Mbuvi. Are you here for the conference? Actually, yes. I'm part of the organizing committee. What do you think of the speech that was made by the they would be like, yeah, I liked it. I'm like, oh, good. Leave out of my lunch. So it's about confidence. It is about confidence. Big shout out to everyone who turned up at Kitui. The crowds were huge.
It is the first time such an event has been held in Kitui, sir.
Yes. No, but I come from Kitui County.
Yes, you do.
And I did not expect to see that number of people in one place. Bro, unajua ukiwa Kitui, kama umeikuwa Kitui vizuri, on any given day, whether it's a Monday or a Sunday, it is sparsely populated. You don't see people congregating in such huge numbers anywhere. Even on a Sunday kwa kanisa, watu wakwangi wengi hivyo.
Bro, it is the first time such an event has happened. The novelty of it, number one, sio kila siku unaona president.
Ni kweli.
Sio kila siku. Na president anakuja na razzmatazz, farasi, nini. And you see these things were coming into Kitui before the event.
Yes.
Kama farasi si ati ilikuja siku president alikuja.
Yani sasa watu wa Kitui waliona mbalazi. Initangwa in Kikamba farasi is mbalazi. So they saw mbalazi for the first time yesterday.
Wakafurahi.
Waliona kianga ndio hii. Mutwa, hebu kuja uone ndio hii. Aigozi kuna mtu hapa Mkamba alikuwa anauliza hii nikipanda hii. Sinaweza nipeleka mbio sana. Nikufika pale Kabati nitapika saa hizi. We are used to seeing goats and cows and maybe camels because of our close proximity to Garissa.
Yes.
Lakini mbalazi kidogo inakuanga tricky.
So, unaona?
Yeah.
And then there are vehicles. Because if you are going to have wale jamaa trumpeta, okay? They also come a day earlier.
Oh, yes.
And they also rehearse.
As they do their rehearsals, I'm telling you, you hear them from your homes.
Yes, and when you hear them, people go to watch because they've never seen this. So essentially, by the time the president arrives the following day, the people have sufficiently been mobilized.
The gates at one point were opened up after the entertainment session was done. And I thought the stadium had been filled.
Bado.
Wakafungua gates. MC alisema, Your Excellency, with your permission, let me allow the people outside wafanye nini? Waingie. Nikadhani maybe it's a few individuals wataingia ikienda sana 100. Bro, that place was opened. I think over 3,000 people just streamed in. And for about 5 minutes, they were just coming in and they sat in the middle of the stadium. And I was like, watu wanakuanga hapi Kitui, because I am from there and I have never seen these crowds before. But I also understand some people were ferried from neighboring counties such as Makueni, Kitui, Machakos, and perhaps even Garissa. I don't know, I'm not sure, but I know people were ferried from neighboring counties, which is a good thing.
For the longest time, National Day celebrations were in Nairobi.
Yes.
But in the days when we had provinces, there would be provincial gatherings where the provincial commissioner would oversee.
Yes.
A big function.
Right.
Okay. It was more or less a replica.
Right.
And the message would be from the president and so forth. But now, this idea of moving these functions to different parts of the country is an excellent one.
Yes, it is.
It's an excellent one. Yeah. So citizens of the Kenya get to celebrate and enjoy what other people have been enjoying for a long time. And they get to see dignitaries whom they probably just see on TV, see on social media, read in the paper, on the papers. So this is good.
It is good.
Yes.
Governor Dr. Malombe read his entire speech. Bro, that introduction was long. He read the name of every dignitary in there, and I was like, Your Excellency, you can just say all protocols observed. He read every single dignitary. I was like, he started akaenda ikafika mahali nikaanza kusikia amefika kwa speaker. I was like, oh, you are not done. Akaenda PSs, I was like, bro,
you're impatient. It was Mashujaa Day, and he did not want anybody to feel left out.
Anyway, he had to shine because it is his county.
It is, man.
Then he went on to read his speech. Bro, alisoma your speech in monotone.
Okay, alisema nini?
Alisema vitu mingi sikusikia. But the point
Ulishika nini? Let me
No. He was of course thanking he recognized the late Raila.
He did.
Yes, as one of Kenya's shujas. Then he also spoke about some of the developments that are happening in the county. Thanked the president for some of his initiatives that he has started in the county. And then from there, he just went on and on and on in monotone. I wish he had some... there are governors who, like Sakaja for instance, they're wakiongea kuna ka interesting aspect to their speech na wanakuanga nayo.
Not all governors are dramatic.
Of course, not all. Yeah.
And the people of Kitui elected him.
Yes.
And he didn't acquire that monotone on Mashujaa Day. He has had it for some time.
Nilikuwa na expect some tonal variation. And Mr. President, if I may remind you that in 2021, when you said that you would do this, well, here you are. Why don't you do it?
Bro, it was Mashujaa Day, not drama festival.
Okay.
So,
Ushasema.
thank you very much.
Wacha nisalimia tu kidogo hapa kabla tuangalie what is on rgk.co.ke. Michael Olande. Good morning, CT and Movie. Good morning, Michael. How are you doing? Ricardo Mariera. Good morning, kings and queens. Yesterday is also Happy Chef's Day. They feed our hearts and souls. All chefs out there ni mashujaa. Kitengela iko locked. Oh yeah, for sure. Chef wanafanya kazi poa sana. Wafula Ting. May my hero Baba Raila Amolo Odinga rest in peace. Amen. Don Sabwa City, the weakest joint in African leadership is failed succession planning. What now sits at the doorsteps of ODM? We shall definitely discuss ODM today, don't worry. But Don, thank you for your comment. Then John Mutua, the chef that we've just given a big shout out to. Anasema Nico tuned in from Doha. Very good morning for CT. The smile is really a kill from Chef John. Okay. Umesalimwa na Chef John.
Chef, asante sana.
Naam. Then Nell anasema morning fam. Well, Nell, morning to you too. Let's check out what's happening on our website. Check out RGK. Actually, it has changed. Is radiogeneration.co.ke. There we go. Yeah, so the website is radiogeneration.co.ke. What's happening here? Let's see. Raila was frustrated by Kenya's slow national progress. This is according to President Ruto. Yeah, not yesterday only, but during the burial of the late former Prime Minister, Odinga also mentioned something similar, that the Raila, the husband, for a very long time was saying that Kenya has been a third world country for quite a while, which is not fair. Considering we have, number one, lots of resources, and also we have got very hard-working Kenyans. So he was wondering why other countries, and we keep on mentioning here the Asian tigers, we were together literally 4 or so decades ago in terms of development. But right now, they are first world. We are not even close to being second world.
There are very many factors. We will look into those factors and discuss them realistically. Because, believe me, the stories that are told is as though we were on the same platform.
Yeah.
And suddenly they just overtook us. Nah, that is not quite true. No.
So it wasn't like they suddenly overtook us, or we just lagged behind.
No, it's not quite true. There are very many other factors that contributed to their being where they are. Yes.
Okay.
So we will look at that in due course.
Yeah, so you can read this story by Bradley Bosire on radiogeneration.co.ke. What else is here? Of course, there's that story about Raila being awarded a CGH posthumously. Ruto says that for Raila, leadership was about Kenya's progress, not power. And I actually agree with that statement to some extent, of course. But there's no progress without power for that particular leader. So, yeah. There's one here by Rose Achieng about tougher laws on online crime and land use and wildlife compensation. Ulisikia hii maneno the 8 laws that was signed by the president while Kenya was mourning. So there's the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendment Act of 2024, which gives authorities power to block websites and digital platforms used for crimes such as terrorism, child exploitation, identity theft, fraud, and cyber harassment. Yep. So this signing took place on October 15th, 2025, the same day the nation mourned the passing of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Then there is the Privatization Act of 2025. We had a snippet of this conversation. Rather, we spoke about this conversation for a while yesterday. You can check it out in case you missed it. But we shall be revisiting some of these points. We had that conversation yesterday with Arnold Maliba, Progress Plus Party leader, and we also had the same conversation with Mr. Fanya Mamba Kinovia. So if you didn't watch yesterday's show, check it out on YouTube. Then there's another bill, the National Police Service Commission Act 2024, sponsored by Suna West MP Peter Masara, which directs the creation of psychosocial support centers in all counties to promote mental wellness among officers. Another law that was signed into another act rather signed into law is the Land Act of 2022, introduced by Ruri MP Simon Kingara, requiring that all public land reserved for government institutions or social use be registered and gazetted to prevent illegal acquisition. That sounds like a good thing. Then there's the National Land Commission Act of 2023, fronted by Kilifi North MP Owen Baya, which extends the Commission's powers to review and resolve historical land injustices until October 2030. Also signed was the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act, which expands compensation for wildlife-related injuries, deaths, and damages. There is the Air Passenger Service Charge Act of 2025, which merges 2 tourism-related funds to create a single efficient tourism fund to support sector development. Check it out on radiogeneration.co.ke. What else is on the website? Let me see. IGAD proposes single digital visa system for member states and third country nationals. I mean, that's a good thing. I don't know what has taken us so long to achieve this, yet other countries are doing it, and especially in Europe. Sasa zingine mtu anaweza sema lakini mara tunachaka copy Europe kila kitu. Well, hatukopi kila kitu, lakini kama kitu ni mzuri tunafanya. For example, we will not continue taking herbs to cure HIV, for instance, and there's medicine out there that can actually cure it. You get what I mean?
No, can actually treat it.
Yes.
Yeah,
so if we have better drugs or better medicine or better treatment,
thank you,
take it. Let's not say lakini mbona tunashindanga tukisema tunataka kuwa kama Singapore. Kama tunaweza kuwa kama Singapore, why not? All right, let's see what else is here. Yesterday, former President Uhuru, visited Raila's grave. Yeah.
And he went with family members. He went with an entourage.
Yeah. Which is a good thing, and people actually clapping for him, saying that he was a true friend to Raila Amolo Odinga. And I believe so, because I mean he has nothing to gain politically. It's not like he's running for office, so it's not like he's looking for favor from that community. He went there as a friend. And I also feel like he probably the day before when we buried the Prime Minister, he really didn't get a chance to properly say goodbye, apart from the festivities or the ceremonies that were ongoing. And remember when we said that security was breached when the crowds rushed in, and they had to take away the VIPs rather, and the former president was one of the VIPs that had to be whisked away. So yesterday he got the chance outside the melee and the chaos that ensued. Now he went back and condoled with the family of the late Raila, and he gave them the time that perhaps he felt like he hadn't given them the day before. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing. Yeah.
It is.
Mtu mwenye nilimiss kwa hii story yote, na nilikuwa nimewataja jana, I think nilitaja Mheshimiwa Gachagua. Hatukumuona former deputy president in any of the ceremonies from the time Raila passed on all the way to when we buried him on Sunday, and even yesterday kwa Mashujaa, he appeared nowhere. Mtu mwingine mwenye was missing in action, that perhaps should have been, vocal about it. I'm forgetting. I had a list of people. Yeah, but yeah, at the very least, for Gachagua, I thought he should have made an appearance.
With some of these things, let air get into it. We'll get to understand why he didn't attend in due course. Yes. Barring, of course, the naysayers and people who just concoct reasons out of thin air. We'll get to know.
Gideon Moi alituma pole zake at the very least, na akasema he was held up somewhere, unavoidable circumstances kind of situation. So at least he did something. But I hope he will visit the family after the dust has settled.
The visits begin now.
Yeah.
There are people who will go to Bondo. There are people who will eventually Karen. All this will happen in due course. Give it the whole of November. Yes. There'll be people going.
The whole of November or October? Because we on today need to eat fast.
I said November deliberately.
Okay.
People aren't going to stop going at the end of October. No.
But there are those who will do repeat visits, just to check out.
Not repeat.
For the first time.
There are very many people who may have wanted to come, but they saw and they understood there's a national function. They were not going to go. They will be going. And believe me, they'll call, make appointments, and they'll be scheduled, and they will go. Yes, and there'll be many.
Okay. Someone was missing in action yesterday on Mashujaa Day, by the way. Former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka.
And that's his backyard.
Considering Kitui is his county, like literally. County yake ni Kitui.
Unavoidable circumstances.
Gani hizo?
How are we supposed to know until we're told, man?
Gani hizo?
Unavoidable circumstances.
Pana. Kalonzo anafaa kutuambia alikuwa wapi?
Well, we will know.
Man.
As I told you, there are things I don't really stretch my brain over. I'll get to know in due course.
I mean, he must have, because Mashujaa Day,
Ebu speculate,
Mashujaa Day ati ni siku imetutokezea tu ile ghafla bin vote. Wase ni Mashujaa pana. Mashujaa tulikuwa tunajua for a very long time inakuja na itafanyika, na tulikuwa tunajua itafanyika Kitui County, kitu kitambo. Kwa hivyo kwa nini hakuja?
Kalonzo lives in Kenya.
Yeah, he does.
He'll tell us in due course.
And I know Mashujaa Day is a national day. It's not necessarily for a single individual. It's for everyone.
You have a choice.
Yes. To or not to.
Yes, you do. And how many public holiday, how many ceremonies has this man attended in his life?
Who, Kalonzo?
Yeah.
Very many.
So.
But this one was in his backyard. City, wageni hawatakuja kwangu. Hata kama walikuwa wamekuja maybe kuona mtoto wangu ama bibi yangu, mke wangu, ama hata bibi yangu, maybe bibi yangu akoko, shosho yangu akoko, maybe, you never know. But the point is, hamtakuja kwangu na nisitokezee bana.
As I said,
na mimi ndio kiongozi wa hiyo nyumba.
Sikatai, so we'll get to know.
Kiongozi wa nyumba bana, watu wanakuja kwako haupo.
Yes, that is the truth. We don't know why, but we will know in due course.
Wakamba wanafaa waulize, mheshimiwa, kwani ulikuwa ngapi my friend? Mbona hukutokezea? All right, let's check out what's happening on the roads of Nairobi. In case you're stuck in traffic, let's find out where you could be stuck.
Traffic.
All right, so Ngong Road looking interesting at this particular hour. It's no longer a public holiday, so of course people have decided to go to work this particular morning. Hope none of you are hangi. I'm looking at Langata Road at that intersection where it finds Douglas Wakihuri. Kuna traffic kidogo, but after that it opens up. As you're heading towards Lusaka Road, kameshikana kidogo tu kiasi tu, si ile kushikana mbaya. It's because of the intersection there. Bunyala as well, that roundabout a bit bumper to bumper ish because of the obvious reason that you have to go around it. Ngong Road looking good at this particular hour. Mombasa Road not looking bad at all. Traffic at Pangani kama kawaida because of the folks coming from Survey heading into town. Yeah, so that's expected. We have a little bit of a snarl up at Makadara as well, but it looks like it's about a 2-minute delay opening up after that. Embakasi, sehemu ya Southfield Mall, Airport North Road, that entire stretch currently stuck bumper to bumper, but don't worry, I am sure it will open up after a while. Eastern Bypass, kutoka Utawala as you're heading towards Naivas Supermarket, bumper to bumper at this particular minute. Kangundo Road, looking good. No complaints at all from my end. Let me see. Mombasa Road, also no complaints coming through. So if you're leaving Kitengela all the way into the CBD, you are moving A-okay.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right, let's check out what's happening on the front page of the Daily Nation. Raila shadow looms over Mashujaa Day. You can check that story on the front page, and it continues on page 4 and 5. Kenya politics without Baba. You can see page 10 for that conversation. New fees structure for senior school. That story is on page 12. On the back page, 3 Kenyans advance as 5 out on first fight day. This is as far as boxing is concerned. Liverpool boss Slot faces challenge to recover after 4 straight losses. Yeah, we have a problem. We have a problem.
We do, huh?
Yeah, considering we are the defending champions, and I'm talking about Liverpool here.
Oh, sorry.
Mimi ni jamaa Liverpool, so that's why I say, when I say we, I mean we. Ruto to craft new power plan upon Raila exit. That story is on page 4 and 5. In 1999, apparently it's the first time Raila used the presidential jet amid fight with President Moi. That story is on page 2. Where was he going with this flight?
Nigeria.
Na alitumia that time he was in government, right?
Si peke yake alikuwa wengi. It was the inauguration of President Obasanjo. So they were going to Nigeria.
Okay.
Yes.
That story is on page 2.
Yes.
Nyanza big names likely to fill Raila's void. This is on page 7. This is on the MyGov Inside pullout.
Why are they suggesting that there's a void which needs to be filled?
Well, I guess you need to read page 7 to find out.
I've read it.
Yeah. Back page. Wait. Ruto to craft new power plan upon Raila exit. So there's a picture here of Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, Mining and Blue Economy CS Hassan Joho, and then there's Homa Bay Governor Gladys Wanga. So what are they saying? Are they saying that the president needs to realign himself? See, ODM has a new leadership.
Interim.
Hi.
Interim.
What's on your side of the Makalatas?
Let's look at the Business Daily. Apparently, somebody stole personal data of 11.5 million subscribers from Safaricom and then sold it to a businessman. This case went to court. The headline is 11.5 million Safaricom customers leaks data, deal collapses. What is this deal? Out of court settlement of stolen data flops. Okay? This leak caused 3 cases, with Safaricom having sought time to settle one of the civil suits outside court in exchange for the 3 withdrawing countersuits and promising not to transfer the data trove. But when the parties appeared before the High Court Deputy Registrar Sylvia Muturi on October 8th, they informed the court that they had not reached a settlement, paving the way for a full hearing on the matter. So somebody apparently stole data and had found a buyer whom they were going to sell it to. So data is big business. Who are they going to sell it to? Some betting company.
Yeah.
Okay? Right. KRA signals more cuts on revenue waivers, eyeing 1.7 trillion in VAT. KRA has recommended a further review of tax exemptions on goods and services after identifying a 1.78 trillion gap in value-added tax collections. Why veteran stockbrokers are hanging their boots? Veteran stockbrokers firms are exiting the Nairobi Stock Exchange after years of weak earnings, paving the way for new crop of investors. Auditor flags hiring of unqualified staff at CBK. The Auditor General has flagged human resource breaches at the Central Bank of Kenya, including the recruitment of managers who are not fully qualified for their roles. The auditor reckons that the banking regulator paid little attention to the work experience and length of service for the undisclosed managerial roles and failed to involve the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, SRC, when setting its salary structure and perks in breach of the law. Yani walikatu wakasema, tulipe ngapi? Right. So they're emulating parliament. There were instances during the recruitment process where shortlisted or unsuccessful candidates did not fully meet the necessary requirements.
Okay.
So how did they even get there? Anyway, Kenya. Let's look at the standard, shall we?
Please.
One big headline. Honored in death. The weight of Raila's name hang heavy on President William Ruto's heart and tongue as he addressed the nation from Kitui during Mashujaa Day celebrations. More than 20 times, he invoked the late opposition leader's name, praising his courage and sacrifice before posthumously conferring on him Kenya's highest honor, that of the Chief of the Order of the Golden Heart. Across the counties, governors joined the celebrations in celebrating a man whose death carries a striking irony. Once Kenya's most persecuted politician, Raila is now enshrined among its greatest heroes. Okay? And here, there are quotes from Fatuma Achani, governor of Kwale, Kenneth Lusaka, Bungoma governor, Simon Kachapin, West Pokot governor, Julius Malombe, Kitui governor, and Oscar Sudi, Kapsaret MP. Okay? William Ruto, let me quote that was said by the president. The first lesson that Baba taught us is to put country above self. Time and again, he reminded us that no disagreement is greater than our unity, no ambition more important than our peace, and no personal interest higher than the welfare of our nation.
It's very true.
Bas, that is the standard.
Truly, Pali, called the Star newspaper,
Yes.
where you are saying that you read this story about how, what is it? Nyanza big names likely to fill Raila's void.
And I'm asking, the void that they're speaking of, what exactly is it?
First of all, I think it's safe to call it Luo kingship. The throne is empty.
Is it now?
Yes.
It isn't.
The throne is empty.
It isn't.
Okay. Who's the current holder of
There's an acting party leader, and it's called Dr. Buru Odinga.
No, I'm not talking about ODM. I'm talking about Luo. I know there's a Luo Council of Elders. We saw them at the funeral
I'm
of the
actually,
late
I'm actually
Raila.
answering your question.
Also, ODM is the
Because
the
if
leadership of Luo
If you're
land.
talking about the leadership of a community,
Yes.
in this country, it is measured by the political leader who stands out in that community and the leader who has the largest following.
Okay.
And the leader who has the largest following also happens to be the party leader. And the dominant party in that part of the world is ODM.
Okay. All right. Fair enough as far as that conversation is concerned. I mean, that comparison is concerned. So, who is the current leader of ODM?
The current acting party leader of ODM is Dr. Buru Odinga.
But does he command?
Those are two very different questions.
Does he command the respect and I don't know the word to use here, but does he command what Raila commanded, basically?
Let me answer you and say this: it is not possible for anybody to be Raila. Okay. So it's really that simple.
But that's what I said. Does he command the same thing, or people,
but I've already answered your
or
question.
constituency that?
I've already answered your question. When I say nobody can be Raila, that's exactly what I mean.
Okay.
Because the comparison is, this is what Raila amounted to. This is what he represented. I'm saying it is not possible for someone to be like Raila.
Yeah.
It is simply not possible.
All right. So there is a problem here.
No, there isn't.
There is, because
But you seem to see a problem. So tell me, what do you see the problem as?
So the problem is, if we have a party leader who doesn't command the same respect as the former leader, woni ikiwa shida?
No, I do not actually.
Sababu tumeona kwa mtandao and in some news stories where ODM is split in terms of they're not in agreement as to who should be what, where, and at what time.
The mtandao that you've read, did they give you reasons as to why they feel there's a split in ODM?
For example, the Secretary General of the Orange Democratic Movement, that is Honorable Edwin Sifuna, who is also the Senator for Nairobi County, posted a video of Raila Amolo Odinga having made a speech some time back, obviously, where he said that there are no guarantees as far as 2027 is concerned, or rather as far as the merge between ODM and Kenya Kwanza government is concerned, basically broad-based government. And he said he was instructing his party that they shouldn't assume that just because they're in bed with the government that they will support the president till the very end, number one, and number two, that they shouldn't field their own presidential candidate. Now, if we listen to what happened during the funeral, several leaders spoke there, including the CS Treasury John Badi, Ali Hassan Joho, the CS for mining, Opio Wandai, and many others who spoke, Junet Mohammed being another one. And the one thing that was very clear in their conversation or in their speech is the fact that ODM will support the president till the very end. Something that now, if we are to go by the video that Mr. Sifuna posted, isn't what the late former Prime Minister wished for the ODM party.
But if someone says there are no guarantees, what have they actually said? They have just spoken an eternal truth. You do not know what tomorrow holds. So how does that form a contradiction with what it is that you're saying was...
For Sifuna to have posted that video, perhaps it is a most recent video. A video that shows...
Well, you're speculating wildly.
Yes, because he wouldn't have posted that if he knew that even after that speech, perhaps Baba had a different opinion. Because yes, today I can say, you know what, we are not going into town. But tomorrow morning, I wake up and I realize by day, there's a fire here. So guys, we actually need to leave this place and go into town.
You're still speculating wildly. Let's go with what it is that Raila actually said. If a leader of a party says 2027, there are no certainties.
Yes.
Why are we overinterpreting it? He is right in saying so because nobody knows what will happen in 2027. Nobody actually can tell you what happens in politics in
24 hours.
No, you can't. And anyone who tries to tell you that they understand it is lying to themselves.
Yes.
The best you can do is, should we say, assume a certain position. That's it. Beyond that, you don't know. Did we know Raila was going to pass away? No. We didn't. So, he has passed away. We now find ourselves in a situation where there's clear movement in the political in the political scenario of the country.
Yes.
That happens when any leader dies. In this country, what we have seen, when President Kenyatta died, there were movements. Because Kenyatta died when he was still president. This is... President Moi died, but he had retired. President Kibaki died, he had retired. Okay? Now we come along, Raila Odinga was still active in politics when he passed away. And there's an election looming in a year's time and a bit. So, of course, the conversation is likely to be around what could have happened. Well, the truth is we don't know, do we?
We don't know yet. But I have a feeling that we will find out.
That we will. You see, when a party leader passes away, the party has an opportunity to either disintegrate or it has an opportunity to grow stronger. Okay? KANU diminished in its stature not because the party leader died. The party leader was alive. But it's because very many of the members who are known moved away from KANU. Now, other parties like DP was strong when Mwai Kibaki was alive. When they formed the Rainbow Coalition, DP just became diminished. One knew of it, but one attached it to Kibaki. Safina Party, one of the oldest parties in the country, 30 years old. People had even forgotten Safina existed.
Until Jimmy Wanjigi.
Yes. And yet the party was alive. And the party leader...
Honorable Paul Muite.
He was very much alive, still very much alive.
Yes.
So I'm simply saying, when you look at the politics of this country, then you will look and you will realize that when people speculate with certainty, they are actually abusing the very notion of speculation. Speculation, you're trying to figure out, given the knowledge you have, what it is that it means now and in the future. That's all you're trying to do. But the issue about ODM, I'm not going to speculate because we are going to have two people here in the next hour and after that One is a member of ODM, the other one is a former member of ODM.
Yeah.
And we'll hear what they have to say. I will raise these questions with them, you'll raise them with them, and we'll hear what they have to say.
Oh, I have a lot to ask them, by the way.
I myself, I'm not a member of any political party.
Yes.
So, I have no skin in the game. Yes.
Acha tungoje tuone. I was looking for that video that was posted online by one Edwin Sifuna about what he said about the.
But Raila even said that in public. It's what Sifuna may have posted has been in the public domain for a long time. Yes. It has also been the subject of discussion for a long time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And it has led to very many speculations. Yes.
But according to you, ODM has got good leadership and it's good to go.
No. According to me, ODM has a party leader. Full stop.
Mengine ni baadaye.
And he's an acting party leader. Mengine, as you say correctly, ni baadaye. Yes.
Page 4 and 5. We're talking about, this is Ruto to craft new power plan upon Raila exit, and we can see the faces of Professor Kindiki, CS Musalia Mudavadi, or rather PCS, Governor Gladys Wanga, and Mining CS Hassan Joho. Which direction? So according to this newspaper, it says President William Ruto faces the urgent task of constructing a new political blueprint for the 2027 elections following the sudden death of his erstwhile rival and recent ally, Raila Odinga, from the political scene. With the opposition in disarray and the Raila political dynasty facing an uncertain future, Ruto must fundamentally reshape both his government and his electoral strategy. So, is the opposition in disarray? Really?
From where I sit, I don't see it.
You don't see the opposition or the disarray?
The opposition I see. What I don't see a united opposition. That one I don't see. Disarray, I don't see it either. Yes. They're working towards that unity, but as of now, they don't have it. They don't.
I feel like it's a strategy.
Be that as it may, I am speaking of what I see.
Yeah.
Yes. The voices in the opposition are discordant. They're not concordant. It's not as though it's a symphony where you're saying all these pieces are playing towards a singular harmony. That's not the case. And it has been explained to us that, you see, they're working towards that, but so far the parties are, yes, that is why I say they are not a united opposition. Yes. It's not a negative thing. They may be working towards that unity, but they don't have it as we speak.
Of yet.
Yes, they don't. Yes. And with our politics, you cannot tell. For all you know, they may actually unite and they may become extremely powerful. But that isn't the case as of now.
But people have got opportunities here now to basically fill the void that has been left by Raila. And by people, I'm talking about the same opposition or even people in government. Sana, the opposition has got now an opportunity to be the strongest voice, that Raila had when he was in opposition, for instance. And also someone who is already in ODM or even in opposition might have the chance to join and form another broad-based government.
True. This country, one of the things that we've seen is what you've just described. A lot of movement within political parties. A lot of movement in the relationship of political parties. But those are things that I will wait to see. Yes. But it's often called realignment. Yes.
Wacha tuone itakuwa namna gani. So wakitaka huu ndio wakati ni sasa. Especially when they say strike the iron while it's still hot. And right now it's very hot.
Remind me of that song, sasa ndio wakati wa kutoa sadaka.
Sasa ndio wakati wa kutoa sadaka.
What I can predict though, moving forward, media houses are going to be very busy.
You think so?
I know so. Because political players are going to want to put their points across. And they will come in droves.
Yeah.
Because when such a thing happens, the realignments are profound. And people get to see that it represents opportunities, political opportunities.
Yeah.
And you pursue them by letting your agenda be known, by letting people know who you are, by appearing. And the way Kenyans appear, you get bloggers, you go to all the media houses that are there, you're on social media, etc., etc., etc.
So page 7 of the Star says, Nyanza big names likely to fill Raila's void chart due course. Potential successors include Oburu Odinga, Orengo, Babu, Otiende, Wandai, and Wanga. A radical shift is expected in ODM leader Raila Odinga's Nyanza political backyard, with names of seasoned politicians popping up as possible replacements to fill the void. We have Oburu, who is already an interim leader. We have Siaya Governor James Orengo. I think when was it? Was it on Friday when people were saying that perhaps James Orengo should be the one? And I think also Herman Manyora, professor, did say that perhaps in this case James Orengo might be the most suitable successor as far as ODM is concerned, and by extension Luo Nyanza. And then we have Embakasi East Babu, Embakasi East MP rather, Babu. I feel like he is still a very young person as far as ODM is concerned, and perhaps even Luo politics is concerned. He should probably look for, in my opinion, and there are very many reasons why, he perhaps should look for a lesser position to hold within the party, and then build up towards being a party leader and perhaps even the leader of Luo Nyanza.
This is politics, man. You stick your neck out. You go for the prize.
Yes.
That competition is what gives you mileage. People know you. And they know that you are gunning for that post. Jomo Kenyatta did not have to fight with anyone to be elected. Moi, when multi-party came into being, he now had to contest. All the people who formed new parties had protagonists even within their own party. All the parties that we've seen being formed are people who had in a previous time been members of KANU. So, if you are in ODM and you want to be considered to be one of the topmost leaders, if not the topmost, you gun for that top seat. You don't sit back and wait your time. This is politics. You will be extinguished. You will disappear. You have to be known. People have to know you.
Yeah.
Yes. Those are the details can follow later. Like now, I hear Babu is on very many people's lips. Sifona is on very many people's lips. But it's because of the things they've said.
Yeah.
If they didn't say, they wouldn't be a subject of discussion. ODM as a treasurer, do you even know who the person is?
ODM. The treasurer of ODM.
Yes. I don't know.
It's not CS Mbadi.
Who is the treasurer of Treasurer of Kenya? Okay?
Yeah.
I'm simply trying to explain to you
that the other people.
There are very many people whom we do not know about. Okay?
Yep.
Almost every party, let me revise that. Every party in this country has an SG. Do you know the SG of Wiper Party?
Yes, I know her. I'm forgetting her name, but she's from the coast.
You ought to know her by name. All right? KANU has an SG. Do I know them? No, I do not. If Safina SG had not come to the studio, I would not have known him at all. We tend to know the party leaders, but not the SG.
True.
But
Wawaipa anaitwa Shakila Abdalla.
All right.
Yeah.
But if you look at Jubilee, we know the SG. Why? He's vocal. We know the ODM SG. Why? He's vocal. Okay? We know the SG of UDA because he's a man who's been in politics for a long time.
Hassan Omar.
Yes, he's known. Others, you have to scratch your head and ask, hey, so there. This is politics, brother.
My take 2.0 is saying that there are two people on that list you mentioned who will not even be considered. My take, give us a name or names for that matter. Who do you think will be considered? And you know what? Actually, because in the next hour, we shall be having a conversation around politics and succession politics in ODM and beyond, perhaps even Kenyan succession politics. Let us know who you think can or cannot be the next ODM leader. Of course, we know there's an interim one. Perhaps he will continue being the leader up until God knows when. So let's see what that will look like in the next hour. Don't go too far. We will be right back.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. President William Ruto has unveiled an ambitious plan to drive Kenya's next phase of development. Speaking during Mashujaa Day celebrations at Ithokwe Stadium in Kitui, the president said his government is focused on food security, industrial growth and modern infrastructure. He added that his administration will rise above political divisions to deliver real changes across the country.
I have arrived at a clear conclusion that although we have made commendable progress in stabilizing the nation over the last 3 years, the time has come to take the country to the next level. And to do so, we must act decisively on at least 3 national priorities. We have now set an ambitious target to build at least 50 mega dams across Kenya and to bring at least 2 million acres under irrigation.
Mashujaa Day celebrations across the counties were marked in honor of the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. The late Raila was celebrated as a nationalist and the country's liberator, with politicians urged to emulate. The ODM chief who died last week was posthumously conferred the country's highest national honor, the Order of the Golden Heart of Kenya First Class, in recognition of his lifelong dedication to democracy, justice and public service.
Na hata wale labda ambaye hawakujionyesha hadharani wamekuwa wakimpenda kwa msukumo wake wa taifa kuwa wa haki na ukweli, kupigania haki ya wanyonge.
Tumesema leo tunaiga mambo ya Raila Amolo Odinga ambaye alikuwa ni mtu wa kufanya kazi na hata wale walikuwa wanashindana pamoja.
Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has urged Kenyans to unite behind the government's vision of a stronger, inclusive nation. Kindiki made the statement as he paid tribute to fallen heroes, including former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, during the Mashujaa Day celebrations at Ithokwe Stadium in Kitui. The DP acknowledged the contributions of both departed heroes and heroines who continue to shape the nation's destiny.
We continue to remember the many people who have sacrificed their time, their lives, and their comfort for our freedom. And even at this time, as we continue to mourn the departure of our former Prime Minister, one of the greatest Kenyans to ever walk on our soil, we remember many more.
The Gang Suppression Force has dismissed reports circulating on social media claiming that a Kenyan police officer was killed during recent operations in Haiti. The force, in a statement, confirmed that all officers are safe and accounted for. The GSF said the multinational team working alongside the Haitian National Police and the Haitian Armed Forces conducted several targeted operations and patrols in the Anti-Bonite department over the past week. The Nigerian police have fired tear gas to disperse protesters who had gathered in the capital Abuja over the continued detention of separatist leader Nandi Kanu. The protesters want the immediate release of Kanu, who faces terrorism charges in court and heads the outlawed indigenous people of Biafra. Kanu, who has been in detention since 2021, has denied the charges. The group is seeking independence for what they call the Biafran nation in southeastern Nigeria. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 5 minutes past 7 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. I'm with CT Muga in the studio. We are on 88.8 FM in Nairobi and 90.7 in Mombasa. RadioGeneration.co.ke is where you'll find us online and also on our YouTube channel that is at Radio Generation Kenya. Before I introduce our guest in studio, I've just come across a very interesting comment here. Not comment, actually it's a post on X. It has been posted by Dr. Miguna. And he has said, had Uhuru Kenyatta not stolen Raila Odinga's victory in 2017, Raila would have served his 10 years, acquired and bedecked the CGH moniker while alive and not as some posthumous pity. Why didn't Uhuru cede power and even in 2013 and allow Raila to become president? Luos have never, then he went on to say a lot of things, but yes, he was just saying he put the picture that we saw of President Uhuru yesterday akiwa pale Bondo kwa grave side ya baba, na akasema hivyo venye amesema. Miguna has actually been very active since baba passed away, talking about a lot of things that I didn't think I would see him say, and he actually avoided saying negative things about baba during this period of mourning.
He comes from a community where people are honored in their death.
Yes.
And it is understood. It is not complicated.
Yes. All right. Kidogo nisome some comments here. Also, we have Okwa Simiti. Amesema, good morning from Bungoma. Let me take time off to honor both of you. That is Siti and Buvi. You have become my heroes and are influencing the way I interview my guests on Nahajamalizia, I think on his YouTube channel. Then we also do have My Take 2.0. There are two people on that list you mentioned who will not even be considered. Hajatuambia na kina nani. Then we have Peter Obadia anasema Opio will not be a leader, my brother Mbuvi NCT. All right. That is Peter Obadia amesema hivyo. Nell says winter is here for ODM, especially those who were used to direct nomination and endorsement. It's about to get very cold for them. Waulize KANU. Atticus now anasema good morning CTN movie. And then Peter Obadia ameendelea kusema such people like Aladwa will not get votes in Makadara and many more places. Many more baba puppets. I think that is what he meant.
The knives are clearly out.
They are actually. They are.
The battle has begun.
It has begun in earnest. Yes. Whoa.
All right. In studio, we do have policy and political analyst, a guest who's been here before actually. That is Odoyo Owidi. The conversation is about kingship and does it even exist? Odoyo, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation once again. Yes. You've just heard the comments I've read.
I've heard them.
And, people have been mentioned, such as Opio. I don't know who else has been mentioned here. Let me see. There's Aladwa amekuwa mentioned hapa. Nani, watazamaji ambao wanasema hivyo. That these folks will not be anywhere close to power in ODM as far as going forward is concerned. What are your thoughts?
I'm really not very sure of who else was on that list. I heard somebody say that there are some people on that list say who will not go anywhere. The people who would go somewhere are people who made it to that list by their own might, charisma, and strength. Those are the people who would go far. Because when the battle actually begins, there are some people who have been experienced in politics. They have been there since they were young men and women. But they have never fought a political battle against anybody. They do not have the experience. for a protracted political war like the one Raila has always fought in this country.
Yeah.
Raila was a very self-made person. He got to where he is by his own might, charisma, and strength and endurance. But majority of these people who have been hanging on his coats going forward
Yes.
are going to have a very difficult time, because even the narratives they have developed over the years are those ones of mention Baba and you are in. And now I do not know how they are going to do it. I even remember there is a current by-election going on in two constituencies in Luoland. In the one where I come from, the party officials had already come there and said, you know, the battle that this boy have now is not the battle against us or him. This is a battle against Raila. You know how those people have already disparaged Raila and called him bad names and even said he had a virus. Now, when you look at that language, how is it going to change? Because the election has not been done. So I think we are going to have a protracted war. The only thing that will be favored the people who are there now is that they probably may have been elevated and have more resources than beginners. But the battle, which I will call the scramble for Luoland, is beginning in earnest. And it is not only going to be at local level.
Right.
Even nationally, I'm sure there are people who are now setting up themselves to see what piece of Luoland they can run away with.
Yes. There are some names that have been mentioned here. Let me just read. And this is on the Star newspaper, page 7. Nyanza big names likely to fill Raila's void and chart new course. Senator Oburu Odinga has been mentioned. Governor Orengo. MP Babu Owino, we have Otiende, CS Wandai, and of course Governor Wanga. Then Professor Gitile Naituli says that Nyanza has leaders which people were not able to see because of Raila's shadow. And some of those individuals I think he's alluding to, because their pictures are here, include Energy and Petroleum CS Opio Wandai, Rarieda MP Otiende Amolo, and Homa Bay Governor Gladys Wanga.
Those are the people who have not been able to be seen because Raila was there.
Yes, according to
But
this.
many of the people were at least seen because
I think he's got it wrong.
Yes.
Take, for example, the Homa Bay governor.
Right.
That lady has never competed with anybody at nomination levels. So I think that person completely got it wrong. I think the people he has been seeing are the people he put in his pemometer, and now he was measuring them against the rest. There are people who have been locked out from any elective positions since the day they ever attempted to be elected. One of them is yours truly. And so the battle is about to begin.
Yeah. Perhaps.
And I see, one thing I agreed with Raila Odinga about blocking out certain people. Raila Odinga needed to work with a united Luo brigade to a battle to get power. And if there was anybody within that brigade who looks like he can divide people by his strong words, by his way of doing things, like Owedi, Miguna, and the rest, lock them out so that the Luo walk united towards this goal. So sometimes it is not really bad. When you are going to war with an army, and there is a general among your armed forces who is dividing the army, throw him off board. That is what Raila Odinga did, and I think it was the right thing to do. There are some people who would have split this juggernaut much earlier.
Yeah. Perhaps just to revisit again what Professor Naituli here has said about Energy CS Wandai, Rarieda, MP Otiende, Amolo, and of course Homa Bay Governor Gladys Wanga. When he said that they have been overshadowed, perhaps he meant in terms of leading the Luo nation, not necessarily in the dockets that they have been given.
I do not think that is the route, because, somebody like Otiende Amolo, I think he's not been hand-lifted so much. There are many times he had really to fight his way through. In the initial list of the young Turks that came in 2013, we had that of Pio Wandai, we had Ken Obura, we had David Ochieng, and a few others. And at that point, even Millie was relatively around there, though she was a little bit older than them.
Okay.
And they had started a movement of, we want new leadership in ODM. But they were scuttled. You remember the men in black at Kasarani.
Yes.
You remember Babu Namwamba was also in that team. But they were scuttled. And in that process, the person who remained standing was Opiyo Wandayi. I think he mended his fences with Raila Odinga in time. And so he remained on the correct path. The only person I would say has been overshadowed by the president is a person who entered politics without Raila's help in the first place. Then thereafter, he could not grow because there was a bigger tree towering above him.
Okay.
But the people that owe their election, initially and subsequent ones, to Raila Odinga, I don't think they should be on that list in that way.
Yeah, who is that individual that you just mentioned? Mwenye alijiingiza, but he found this towering figure.
I think to an extent, Otiende Amolo was in that group to an extent. Otherwise, that place you only enter if your loyalty had been proven.
Yes.
And it is something sometimes you ask some people that if you are Raila Odinga, what would you have done with certain people? What would you have done with them? In 2002, a man was elected from Kasipul called Engineer Peter Owidi. He later died in 2005. And then there was Orwa Ojode from Dewa. Those people would have given Raila a very hard time because they were very independent in the way they used to do things. They would not say yes all the time. You see, if you look at those people you have counted, you go to their social media accounts, you are most likely going to find a pinned post. And that pinned post reads, Raila is always right. Number 2, Raila is never wrong. Number 3, if you are in doubt, refer to number 1.
Okay.
So such a person, in the absence of Raila, who will tell him what to do or how what to do? Because they used to say wherever Raila goes, they go. What will they do now that he's not there? So they are going to find themselves in a very unfamiliar territories. Oh, there's a gentleman they have not mentioned there who made it to where he is almost singular, and that is Babu Owino.
Oh, he's mentioned here.
Oh, he's mentioned there.
Yes,
Even the choice of the constituency he was running in was informed by the fact that he would want to run against any wave that would want to stop him.
Okay.
And this stopping of politicians from progressing was only possible in purely Luo constituencies. And even within the Luo constituency, there are certain times that a politician may look like he would override the wave and move on. In the last general election, there is a constituency called Suba South. The person in Suba South then, the immediate former MP, was John Mbadi.
The CS for Treasury.
The CS for Treasury. He had moved on to vie for the governorship of Homa Bay County. Then a person was left there called Karoli Omondi. Karoli Omondi over the years had complained that he was being prevented from ascending to the MPship. But when the elections were nearing, he was already out of ODM going to independent. They called him and told him, move back to ODM and we will give you a direct ticket. Because if you left him with that independence and in the absence of Mbadi, he probably would have still won against the ODM party. And I think as a political party, you don't want that because that opens you to competition that is unnecessary. So such are also there. But when you are in a constituency that you cannot win on your own,
right,
then they will filter who really gets the ODM ticket. That is what happened in Luland throughout the period.
Okay.
People have looked at it, especially those who felt blocked out. But in retrospect, I think it was the thing that probably I would have done if I was in Raila Odinga's position. It's something people do quite often. I know even in corporate world, people don't want their deputies to be very strong people, to be people who are too independent to listen to them even when they have not spoken. That is what normally happens. But
You know, one of
Sorry.
the things that has characterized politics in Luo Nyanza, every once in a while you will find individuals who either stand on parties that are not ODM and some manage to win. In Kisumu, there's a guy called Locho Lago. Locho Lago stood on Ford Kenya.
and won twice.
My own MP in Muhoroni first stood on a PDP party
Correct.
and won. Governor of Migori Obado, when he first stood, he stood again on a PDP party and he won. There's Shakil Shabir, Sumu East, independent. Now, those who stood on these parties, like the PDP, they later joined ODM. Okay.
Yes, yes.
But it tells you that their voters were willing to elect them,
Yes.
despite the fact that they would support the presidency of the late Raila Odinga. But when it came to their own MP, they were determined, they knew who they wanted to elect, and they would elect that person.
And to an extent, there is also a composition of those constituencies. And when I say constituency, I mean even the county as a constituency of the governor. There has to be two things that will propel you to win in those constituencies, even when you have when you are not on ODM. One of them is the tribal composition of certain parts of such a constituency, like in Migori. Migori, we have a quarter of a constituency which is Luya, and two constituencies which is Kuria, and a large cosmopolitan area called Migori. So that already gives you some people who are about 30% independent of ODM capture. Then another factor which sometimes play is the nature of people who live in those constituencies. Muhoroni is by itself an immigrant area.
It's a settlement scheme.
It's a settlement scheme, correct word. Your vocabulary is bigger than mine. So
I live there, so I know.
yes. So people who have the capacity to move and resettle themselves elsewhere is not your ordinary hoi polloi in the streets. There are people whose understanding is a little bit higher. And then you find Muhoroni is also a settlement scheme with the sugar mills, so they are also working force there. So is to Kisumu east of Shakil, and so is the west of Olago. But if you go into a completely inland, lowland constituency like Ndewa, Kasipul, Karachuonyo, you can't, even if you brought enough money, you can't. Because the Odingaism now becomes cultic. It's like a taboo to go against it. Yesterday I was speaking to a 26-year-old girl, and she told me she grew up believing that Baba was immortal. And she also told me that the mother have not eaten since Baba died. And she also told me their TV has been off since Baba died. The mother has refused that TV must not be put on. She doesn't want to be reminded that Baba has actually passed on. It takes a very clear head to see Baba as a living human being capable of falling sick. When people, including very senior politicians in Luoland, were still denying Baba was not sick, I went on my knees and made a prayer for him, which went viral. I'm sure it must have reached city. Because when you are sick, I know you are sick. You know, the last time I met Baba, hand in hand, before he died, was on the 7th of September, the day we had the red moon. It also happens to be the day my uncle Dalmas Otieno Anyango died. And because the last wife who was supposed to be with her had gone to a funeral, she called me and told me Baba was there, but he is unresponsive. So I ran, and I was among the first two people to get there. So I stayed there. By the time Raila was arriving also to see, I am the one who met him. And when I greeted him, it was clear to me that even though he was strong, walking and talking, he was not well. when he did not attend Dalma's funeral, I knew something was not right, even though people were denying. I know I have lived with Raila closer than the people who got elected live with him, because he's somebody, City will tell you, I kept on watching his everyday movements. Where is he? What is he doing? With who? So I knew he was unwell, and I went to pray for him. And unfortunately, my prayer, I don't know what God did to it. I don't know whether he had not looked at it correctly. But it is very painful, because for me, he made things predictable.
Yeah.
Right now, me and City are sitting here, we can't predict anything. I've heard people talking about kingship or all that thing. But you see, people who tend to learn only through experience,
Yeah.
sometimes they end up learning the wrong things if what they're experiencing is the wrong thing. We have a large population in Luoland. They have only experienced Raila Odinga as a leader.
Yeah.
You know, the kingship as during the Raila period is not the same as during the Jaramogi period.
Explain the difference, please.
During Jaramogi, there was no full control. There are times, actually, Jaramogi was even in jail in Kenya, and things would happen even in his absence. But I tell you, if somebody dared take Raila in, Kenya would have banned. So it was not even a possibility. Nobody wouldn't think about it. But in the event that even did happen, he would still command his troops from in there, because it is a possible, maybe it could have been held elsewhere outside the country. So this kingship was also a creation of the media when multi-party came, because the media needed a way of describing people who are so popular in their areas that they control. So the media needed some term to tag to it, and that is where they got this kingship.
Yeah. Actually, someone is just mentioning that on YouTube. Let me just read it really fast. They are saying, fun fact, this is Atticus now. Luos do not have kings.
Correct.
They are clan-based. Some mistake the title Ker, this is K-E-R, for king, but it means champion. I don't know if you...
I've tried to get what you are saying. So, they are even in the Luo culture, customs and traditions, there is nothing like this, like what Raila was to them. In the Kenyan constitution, there is nothing like that. But that is not what is very interesting. What is very interesting is they do not even know how to achieve what Raila achieved. People will not unite behind you with love, the kind they gave Raila, without you championing a cause that they believe in, championing a cause on their behalf, doing something that they would love to see happen, because that is when that love for the cause is transferred to you.
What is the cause that Raila championed?
Raila wanted to be the first Luo president. You know, Luo are very proud people. And I tell you, if Raila ever became president, more people would have died than those who died when he died.
Explain.
The celebration that would have taken place from the length and the breadth of Luoland, from Migori to Busia, from Uhuru Bay to Imbo Senge, from the hills of Nandi to the shores of the lake, many people would have died. There are people who would have jumped off the bridges. There are people who would have jumped off the boats into the lake. There are many things. People who would have offended each other, those who would have drunk to death, many people would have died. That is the nature of our people. So when you hear some people talking about kingship, talking about a committee be formed to choose who, that will not work. In fact, ukitaka kujua people who will always oppose each other, it is our people. So the only way somebody can acquire for himself the kingpinship of the Luo,
right,
look for a cause that you know the Luo believe in it and champion it, and don't let anybody help you championing it, because you may share
in the glory.
Yes. Champion it yourself. So the love for that cause will fall on you.
Okay.
The protection for that cause will be your protection. That is what happens. You know, Luos are very interesting people. There are times when they love Gor Mahia so much, you find a Luo who is running a hardware, and every afternoon he collects 100,000. Will still close the hardware to go and watch Gor Mahia. Don't think it is the only 200 bob is used for the gate. That 100,000 imelala pia, and he feels nothing. So that is how we are.
Yeah.
We are largely a very emotional community. So this, I hope they will listen to what I've told them if anybody wants to be the kingpin of that community.
Mr. Widi, who do you think it can actually, who has the spine to be the next king?
I can only describe who will be, but I don't know who will follow that formula I've given you.
Okay.
Yes. If you follow that formula, you will be. In fact, you will just, even Raila became a kingpin before he knew it. He didn't even know he was already one because of the cause he championed.
And the consistency with which he did it. And the odds he overcame. Because throughout, please remember, Raila was in Ford, Kenya. Okay? When there were tussles within Ford, Kenya, and he departed from Ford, Kenya, and by the way, those tussles were not at people were disagreeing and then they shook hands. They were violent disagreements.
Yes. People ran under tables.
They were violent disagreements.
And some people died in the process.
Yes.
Yes.
So, what was not anticipated, there were the politicians who were in his father's generation, and they were still venerated in Luo land. Raila was a rank outsider. He was a young man. He had no political stature to speak of. But time was on his side. There was a generational change that the old guard did not actually see. Because what happened with his party and the people who were in it actually swept the seats in Luo Nyanza. And that was the beginning of the end of that old brand of the politician. Now, from that point onwards, it was fight after fight after fight after fight. And when I say fight, it's not as though people talking and insulting each other. No, physical fighting. There was a gentleman called Oile. He was a mayor of Kisumu. That man and Raila did not see eye to eye. Hey, God Almighty.
I know.
The vicious clashes that took place, election that took place during that period, my friend, it wasn't a walk in the park. KANU still held sway, and this was Raila opposing KANU. Now, historically, you look at it, you say, but it was a political party. Actually, no one dared oppose KANU. That's why that group of people, Anyona, Koi, that whole group of people, Orengo, the reason why they stood out, they were doing something that other people had not done. There's a lady called Chelagat Mtai. These Machofu, these are people who are opposing a political power and a political party that no one else dared oppose. Just daring. By the time Ford came into being and matured and then split up, all these people who later were in Ford had been in KANU. The history around that is an interesting discussion, which I will not go into now. But the point is this. I'm painting a picture to understand there were all these movements, there were all these people at the same time. And at that point in time, Raila was just one of these people. His father was still alive. But he already had a following. You see, what Mr. Widi has described as Babu's position in politics and him going to stand in Embakasi East. There are those who argue that Raila could very easily have stood in Bond. But he did not. In fact, he could have stood in Kisumu town, to be honest.
Anyway, I don't even say Kisumu town.
Yes, he could have. But he stood in Langata. And he won. 4-term MP. Now, it's a journey that one must look at and the process and what it is he stood for. There's an aspect of his political journey that was similar to that of his father's. His father, when they disagreed with Jomo Kenyatta, he left. Most people will not leave. They'll stick there and say, I formed this, I'm going to be part of it. There are those who even argue and say, but why leave? You could have fought from within. Well, that's a question that the late Raila is the only one who could have answered. But he looked and said, this is untenable. He moved on. I'm simply saying, there is a very long history, and there are very many things that happen in between, and there were many casualties in between. But it is a journey that represented the aspirations of a people who had felt they had been marginalized for a very long time. And because they were marginalized, their voices could not be heard. So this individual represented that voice. And whatever he did reflected on the community, and the community felt he gave them stature. You could not ignore Raila Odinga.
Let's entertain a thought for a second and ask ourselves, if, because we were having a conversation with Siti in the previous hour, and I was asking him, is it possible for the leader of the Luo community to end up being the leader of ODM? And he told me it's one and the same thing. If you're going to be the leader of ODM, you might as well be the leader of the Luo nation. And with that in mind, someone like Babu, if he were to be the leader of ODM, is he able to command the Luo nation?
Oh, really? That's not what I told this gentleman. He has a way of interpreting things to suit his purpose.
What did you say?
Let me hear from City.
What I said was this. To become the leader of the Luo community, I said, because he was asking in the context of now that Raila is dead, and I said, I do not know. That I will wait to see. But as for the party of ODM, there is an interim party leader.
Yes.
That is what I said. Yes.
And that's why I've said, let's entertain a thought. I did not say that what you said is different. So I'm just entertaining this thought. If today Babu were to be elected ODM leader, would he be the leader in Luo Nyanza?
Well, we don't elect leaders. Already explain this, please.
Anyway, well, let me tell you something.
No, but they said that they were going to. Oburu is an interim leader until the party holds elections
of the ODM.
Of the ODM party.
You see, you're talking about a Luo leadership, and I'm telling you, we don't elect leaders.
Now, what I'm asking is, if the leader of ODM automatically, and it's a thought we are entertaining. This is like we are trying to speculate, think, assume. That is what I'm asking. If for some strange reason they do elections in ODM and Babu Owino ends up being the leader of ODM, would he command the Luo nation? That's the question I'm asking.
No.
It's a philosophical question.
The answer is no, but Owedi can give his opinion.
Let me tell you, let's first of all look at who is the mother and grandmother of who.
Oh.
I told you,
yes,
to get the Luo behind you, look for a cause,
right,
and champion it for them. When you champion the cause, now you can make a political party to champion that cause. And people will be in that political party. Now remember, in the past, Raila Odinga has walked from one party to another. And when he walks out of them, he walks out with his people. Because the people are following that cause.
Not the party.
And that cause is championed by Baba. So, between Baba and the people, there is the cause. And he walks with this cause, and people follow him. So, even if you are given ODM now to be the chairman, the leader, and what, you may not make much. If there is no cause the people believe in, which you are championing for them. You can be popular, one, between your opponents. But you see also, to reach the level where Raila Odinga reached, where your own brother, mother, and father will abandon you because you have abandoned Raila. That one, you don't achieve by the things these people are trying to peddle around, that I want to be the kingship because of ABCD. No. That is beyond that.
Okay.
It's like a religion. You know, religions are built on championing a cause of going to the kingdom of God. And in that process, there has also be behind you an object of fear. I've watched some short videos of somebody being pulled to enter a house and they refused. But when an object of fear appears behind them like a barking dog, they are in. Similarly, in this journey, when there is an object of fear also you are running away from, and here is somebody taking you away from that into a better place, that means you are like a vehicle being pulled and pushed at the same time. The object of fear pushes you, and the object of hope pulls you.
The cause now.
Yes. And of course, the Messiah is this person championing the cause.
Okay.
3 items that are needed before you even think you can be a kingpin. And there are very many kingpins in their small kingdoms in Luoland. Some have just made churches. And in those churches, they have a cause of taking these people to heaven. And there is the Satan, which is an object of fear behind you that you are running away from. And they have made themselves the messiahs. We have several of them, Ezekiel, Owor, and many other smaller ones. But because they are many, they have divided the people. If only one such people were around, maybe majority of the people would be behind them. But again, for such, it takes belief. So to get people in many enough to believe in what you are doing is not easy. But for people to believe in you trying to get the presidency for their pride,
yes,
then you can almost get everyone, including the largely educated cities. So I think these people need to go back and think correctly and know what it takes to become a kingpin in Luoland or even anywhere else.
Yes.
You cannot just say, I am one, I have been endorsed, bloggers are talking about me being one, I am cheered here or there when those ones will not work for long. Yes.
So there is this situation still ongoing on, and we're seeing it on the interwebs, where Sifuna is saying one thing, and it looks like the rest of the leadership is saying something different. What does this mean for the broad-based government?
I am going to say it here, not for the first time. I've said it elsewhere. There are certain people who are in ODM, but they had left that political formation long ago. They are just masquerading there for strategy reasons. One such person is Sifuna.
Okay.
When I heard Sifuna talk in Bondo and saying they will go by the last instructions Raila Odinga gave them, I went back and replayed that instruction multiple times. And it is possible that instructions meant, because I heard Raila Odinga say very clearly, they already have a plan which they are implementing.
Okay.
Why do you think that plan wasn't ODM is going to have a candidate in the name of President William Ruto? Why do you think that wasn't the plan? Because it is not usual that we are remaining with 2 years to the general election and Raila has not made it public that he was going to run for the presidency. The nearest he came to doing that was saying that ODM, who told you ODM will not have a candidate? And he also, in the same statement, he also said they already have a plan and the plan is being implemented. Even though in the same sentence, he also said do not commit the party to some arrangements. What he was trying to say, I am the one who knows plan, you don't know it.
So is it
so when he tells people that the party has not sat down to agree, of course we know the party rarely sits down to agree on anything. He reports to the party that this is what we ought to be doing. And you see, everybody in that party knows when Baba said left, it's left. When he says right, it's right. So for political reasons, he normally tell the world that the party will sit and agree. That is for legal reasons.
Okay.
But we know Raila Odinga already had in mind who was going to be his presidential candidate. And when he said that the party already has a plan which is being implemented, from where I sit, President William Ruto was going to run on ODM ticket and UDA was going to be collapsed into ODM. And that would have been the way forward.
Is it possible that that last instruction, if indeed it was the last one, where you've actually correctly phrased that, he said, do not commit the party to anything. Then during the burial, we saw several ODM leaders committing the party to a partnership with the Kenya Kwanza government that sounds it was a connection or a coming together in perpetuity. Do you think that perhaps they are going against what Baba said?
No. There are even people who knew. There are people there who knew the plans Baba had already made. Because even before that, when during the burial of Dr. Phoebe Asio in Karachuonyo, Baba, when the crowd is big, he can say things he originally did not intend to say. He said that we are going to continue with Ruto beyond 2027.
Okay.
So, in politics sometimes, you do not release all the information because you will attract a lot of babs. You will attract a fight back. So, I do not think, because even these people who are saying instructions, if you tell them, okay, Baba gave you instructions in Machakos, what was it? What was that instruction? Other than saying that who told you ODM will not have a candidate? He did not even say who the candidate was going to be. He did not even say who the candidate was not going to be. But when you look at his actions and inactions through the periods, then you could clearly see this candidate was going to be President William Ruto.
Widi, something I'd like you to explain to me.
Yes, I will.
Why do you think that Sifuna, despite all his pronouncements, has actually left ODM?
Sifuna, because he's not furthering the cause of ODM, he's furthering his own cause with his own people. Because even though Raila Odinga was talking the way he was talking, his actions were very clear. How he was moving on with President William Ruto and his party. So it's only Sifuna who was talking and acting differently. And when Baba spoke in Western Province in defense of Sifuna's right to say what he was saying, he did not say he agreed with them. He only said that the Sifuna had the right under democracy to say what he was saying, to support who he was supporting.
There's been a clamor from very many people within ODM to have Sifuna either censured or disciplined or whatever it is. There are people who said it even loudly. You were once a member. In fact, you were once a life member of ODM.
Correct.
So you know how ODM functions. Would Raila would Sifuna actually make the pronouncements he was making without Raila say so?
Not even that. If Raila did not like it 100%, Raila didn't used to fire anybody. Even if you are the executive of the party, he would not fire you. He would ask goons to throw you out. When you disagreed with him, you make sure you don't go where he's going, where he has called a meeting. His boys will discipline you. That is why from time to time, he kept on defending Sifuna. Because he knew if he did not do so, those boys would discipline him for going against what Baba was doing. But remember also, it is very delicate for somebody with the tongue of Sifuna to be thrown out of the party in any way at that point in time when you are trying to consolidate these people and use them in the next general election.
See, what you seem to be alluding to is that Sifuna, outside the structure of ODM, outside the support that Baba gave him, that he has a following and he has a base. Does he?
I am talking about, I didn't say a person with the following, with the tongue.
I know you didn't.
Yes.
I know you didn't. I'm asking.
Oh, but let me tell you, Sifuna has no constituency of his own. He was Baba's man, and for that reason, Baba's people voted Sifuna. I think he's also believing he can get another person, hang on to him, and get the votes of such a person. I'm not sure who that is. But there is something that will come to light very soon. The plan Baba talked about when he was in Machakos. He said the party has a plan and they are implementing the plan.
If I look at what Sifuna has done, would you say he has not been an effective Secretary General for ODM?
I think whatever ODM wanted their Secretary General to do, he did it. He did it. And if he did not do it, they would have already thrown him out. But ODM is also very interesting. ODM, can just pronounce you Secretary General without any paperwork and you are one. And you just proceed. And one day when they want to remove you, they just tell you are not coming back in here and you are not one. And that's it. That's ODM. That's how powerful ODM and its leader was. Things are de facto.
Things are because they have been
things are de facto.
Is it possible that, and again, this is another wild thought, is it possible that Sifuna and team, the ones who are saying that, look, there is something Baba said, and then versus the rest, is it possible that the rest are just trying to go against what Baba said because they're like, this is our time, guys. If you don't do it now, we will never do it.
Nope. There is nothing they said during the funeral that they had not said before. Whatever Mbadi was saying, whatever Wandai was saying,
is consistent.
Whatever Gladys was saying, that is what they have been saying even before Baba died. But also you must also remember that when Baba spoke in Machakos, he was speaking to the newly appointed acting party chair Gladys Wanga. Why do I say so? How many people in the party hierarchy is capable of committing the party? I know, I remember like sorry, it's not a politician.
No, you're using as an example.
Yes. Would not commit the party to anything by just walking around and talking, we are going to support so and so, we are not going to do this. You cannot commit the party. The party can only be committed by the Secretary General, probably the chair, the deputy party leaders, and the party leader. And those people at the top which I've mentioned, only Gladys was talking differently or was saying that the party was going to do ABC, the party was going to support President William Ruto to this end. So from there, it is possible that she was the only one being addressed.
All right.
Not because she was doing the wrong thing, but because she was not the person who was supposed to do that. Yeah, that's it.
Other than Senator Oburu, who is the highest ranking member right now in ODM?
Who is the highest ranking? Of course, the deputy party leaders. There are three of them. Are they three?
There are three, yes.
Yes.
So those are the highest ranking.
Yes. Again, you see that rank from the time when Mbadi was the chair. You notice how far did he go with those things. And you remember, Baba will always tell you that the spokesman for the party is the SG. And the SG takes instructions directly from the party leader. Nowhere else. So, and I don't think in that party where I have told you things are de facto, you will not walk there because I have this position in the party, I want the party to go this way. Even now when Baba is not there, they will not listen to you.
Okay. The front page of the Star says Ruto to craft new power plan upon Raila's exit. So we have Professor Kindiki there, we have PCS Mudavadi, we have Gladys Wanga, Governor of Homa Bay, and then we have CS Joho. What does this mean in terms of also the future of the relationship of ODM and Kenya Kwanza government?
First of all, let's say this. President William Ruto has the unenviable task of trying to put the Luo together now, because the basket in which they were all sitting has been withdrawn and it is many feet under.
Okay.
And I can tell you for free as I sit here, the unity of the Luo disappeared the day Baba died. It has to be crafted again. So if he walks and says, I am going to walk with, say, Gladys Wanga, he's not even going to take half of Homa Bay. Forget about Lowland. Joho, I don't even know even why the bother of putting him there. In the coast, in Mombasa, the voter population of the Luo is 150,000. The Arab voting population is hardly 50,000. Joho himself was a creation of Raila Odinga, and so is Abdul Swamad. And you could see that on the way they mourned Baba. It's not just friendship.
Okay.
It was a serious loss to their livelihood and political power. I once said here in this country that in Mombasa, the Luo are the voting tool for those people. All they need is talk to Baba, and Baba will grant them the Luo vote en masse, and they would be elected. And that is what was paining people down there. Do not be cheated that Joho without ODM would amount to anything in Mombasa. Nothing.
Okay.
And so those two people who have been put there, they will run away with very small chunks.
Of ODM.
Look, very small. Look, Gladys Wanga comes from Homa Bay County.
Yes.
Homa Bay County is where we also have Mbadi. Mbadi comes from a sub-tribe called Suba. Right? He has 2 constituencies. And I can promise you, he cannot run away with the whole of Homa Bay. Gladys Wanga is in Homa Bay, but she was born in Nyando constituency in the Kisumu County.
Okay.
And Homa Bay has one clan called the Great Rachwanyo, which is 3 constituencies. And as we were talking now, she has been struggling to pull them together to an extent that she even held a meeting in Carnival closed door with the people she believed were professionals from the Great Rachwanyo that could support her. And still there was no traction. There is a serious rebellion against her in the county of Homa Bay. And she's been trying to say, oh, it is Raymond who is bringing in, it is Owedi, it is none of those people. People like belonging. In fact, her story is going to be worsened by the fact that Baba is not there. Because I told you something about Baba. Baba is the only person you disagree with. Your own mother will disagree with you. And he had known how to work at the feet of Baba. And without Baba, that rebellion is going to become bigger. And then she is known to have one single bad manners that is going to cost her so much.
Okay.
She wants to plant leaders in every constituency and ward in Homa Bay County. It may look possible because the people who elect leaders are very low-level people. But the people who control them are their local leaders. And they are very unhappy with that arrangement. When you come to Kasipul and insist that so-and-so is going to be the ODM candidate and must be elected, and you carry him around every meeting you go to display him that is already elected, even places where only elected MPs are supposed to go, you use your influence to take him there. People are watching you. So Gladys Wanga will have very serious fights to do in Homa Bay.
Yeah.
And in Homa Bay is where we have all the big wigs in this country today, as far as the Luo government is concerned.
Okay.
Because that is where we have the CS Finance Mbadi, we have the PS Interior Dr. Raymond Amolo, and we have Dr. Kidero. So all of these people are political players in Homa Bay, and they are not going to cross the giant river Miriu to come and control them. You have to either work with them or ship out.
Okay.
That is what is going to happen. So just saying that she's going to bring for you people because of that name, let me tell you how it works for them. And this is something that I don't know whether it's Baba who taught them. That when you go to places where you don't have big following, you carry people in buses. So this lady has been carrying people even up to Busia in buses. So when she stands, she's cheered. But the story back here is very different. Joho, I have told you a story. So I think that list does not have the correct people to help the president put the Luo together.
Consolidate.
In fact, the people who are silent as Nyong'o and Orengo can be of more help than these two.
Okay. Thank you so much. We've come to the end of the show. A very interesting conversation. Perhaps we shall continue because we know this is going to be a very big conversation going forward as far as Luo Nyanza is concerned and the broad-based government is concerned. Tunakukaribisha tena na tena. Tunakualika tena na tena uje tuweze kuzungumza.
Thank you. You know, when I see City move around here, I'm very comfortable. I don't know why. Yeah. I am normally very comfortable.
You're not the only one.
Yeah, I'm not the only one.
You're not the only one. All right, here we're taking a short break. We'll be right back.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya's 2025 national examination period has officially kicked off with over 996,000 students beginning their Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education exams across the country. The examinations open the assessment season that will see millions of learners in primary and junior schools also sit for their KPSEA and KGCSEA starting next week. The KCSE test began today, Tuesday, with oral papers in French, Germany, Arabic, and Kenyan Sign Language, as well as music practicals. Other practicals and written papers will follow in the coming weeks, according to the Ministry of Education timetable. Police are investigating a deadly attack at Kabete Vet Lab Secondary School that left 2 security guards dead and property vandalized. The incident happened on Friday night, shortly after rehearsal session for Form 4 students. CCTV footage shows a group of unidentified attackers storming the school compound under the cover of darkness, assaulting the guard on duty before vandalizing several offices and the computer lab.
They took 10 laptops and then some keyboards of the desktops. But in the process of trying to run away, these keyboards dropped. Again, when they were doing all this, they broke all the CCTVs along the corridors, which they also put in the carton. They were trying to disappear with them. These CCTVs also dropped.
Na kuna vijana ambao wanasuspektiwa kwamba ndio walifanya hiyo kazi na hiyo mauaji.
Police in Bondo, Siaya County are investigating the theft of a government-issued rifle that went missing during the burial of the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. The firearm belonging to a GSU officer and loaded with 15 bullets was stolen amid the large crowd that attended Sunday's funeral. Bondo Sub-County Police Commander Robert Aboki said the firearm was stolen while the bodyguard was escorting the governor's vehicle. Kamkunji Deputy County Commissioner Frederick Muli is calling for tighter security along Jump Street within Eastleigh, Nairobi. He directed all boda riders to start wearing uniforms specific to their stages. Muli says this will make it easier to identify riders and help weed out criminals hiding in the sector. The Deputy County Commissioner also wants the county government to improve street lighting to support 24-hour business in Eastleigh.
Wawe na uniform, tuwe tunajua bodaboda wa hii shimo ni nani na ni namba gani, lakini sio kufanya hiyo kazi yao kiolela, kwa sababu tumeona waizi wameingililia bodaboda sector na imekuwa chaos. We must have order within bodaboda sector, particularly that Jump Street na area zingine zote. Hata unapanda chakula inauzwa kwa barabara. Public health iko wapi? Why county government? We must have order ili tuweze kuheshimika na tuwe na nchi ambayo iko na order.
The US and Australia have signed a deal intended to boost supplies of rare earths and other critical minerals. This as the Trump administration looks for ways to counter China's dominance of the market. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said the deal will support a pipeline of $8.5 billion worth project that will expand his country's mining and processing abilities. It includes $1 billion to be invested by two countries in projects in the US and Australia over the next 6 months.
So we're going to be here to talk about lots of different things, and we might take a few questions before, but we are discussing critical minerals and rare earths, and we're going to be signing an agreement that's been negotiated over a period of 4 or 5 months. And it was sort of good timing that we got it done just in time for the visit. And we work together very much on rare earths, critical minerals, and lots of other things. And we've had a very good relationship. We've been working on that for quite a while.
And that's the Truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor!
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Oh, yes, indeed. Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. My name is Mungalambuvi. The time right now is 6 minutes past 8 o'clock. This is the People's Breakfast, 88.8 FM in Nairobi and 90.7 in Mombasa. You can also find us at radiogeneration.co.ke. Checking out some of your comments. A big shout out to Tony Ochieng. You're saying, morning, Mwalimu City and Movie. Well, good morning to you too. My take 2.0. Unasema, how does anyone know whether people will be elected or not? Okay. You're also saying, Buvi, you didn't see how people almost got into a fist fight because of culture clash. Oh, yes, I saw that. I saw that because of this whole issue of ODM succession and Luo kingship on Luo kingpinship, or whatever we want to call it now. Yeah, but we have understood the mechanism. Basically, a kingpin or a king is not elected or chosen. People have to agree unanimously that this is a person, and of course there's no specific ballot where you go and cast a vote and say, okay, huyu ndio tutamfanya kwe mdosi wetu. So I totally get it, and for ODM that they will need to find that person. They will need to find that person for sure. Whether it is going to happen right now or later, we don't know, but it might be the thing that makes or breaks ODM. To be honest, ODM at 20, one of the longest serving, parties in Kenya. Sasa hatujui itaenda namna gani. Yeah, so let's wait and see how that happens. And of course, we're going to see how they're going to interplay with other parties as well. Let's not forget, we have Martha Karua's PLP party. Let's not forget, we have Kalonzo Musyoka's Wiper Party. Let's not forget, we have Kijana Wamalo's DAP party. And also we know that DAP is also facing its own brand of problems as far as kingship of that area is concerned. Because you also have Natembeya, who's coming up as a very prominent individual. And how do you deal with a person such as that? How do you deal with someone such as Natembeya, who's gained a very significant following in his area? There now you have his party leader, who is also Komsi Komsa kind of ish. I don't know. A lot of conversations gonna take shape in the next couple of months. We also do have Atika's now saying, fun fact, Luos do not have kings. Oh yeah, I think I read that earlier on. J&K Media. You see why my Kenya is entertaining. Gachagua is... You see why my Kenya is entertaining Gachagua? Is it my Kenya or Mount Kenya? I think you mean Mount Kenya. Let me see that. Let me read that again. You see why Mount Kenya is entertaining Gachagua is because Uhuru Kenyatta never groomed anyone. Kenyatta was built by Kibaki. by Kibaki's friends and partly by himself. We are about to see another Gachagua in ODM.
You should start with Moi.
Yeah.
The person who kept nominating Uhuru was Moi. He'd stand, he would lose, he'd be nominated. Yes. Ilianza huko sio Kibaki. Kibaki alikuja baadaye. Yes.
All right. JNK Media alikuwa amesema hivyo. Maite kumekuja hapa ukasema tena oh my goodness, did I lose it? No, it's still here. Sifuna should learn from what his friend who is way much popular currently going through. His popularity is waning by the minute just because of making a lot of typos here, but just because of him not being politically wise. Okay. All right.
Sifuna actually is politically wise. Yes, he is. You know, there are people in any political party.
Yes.
There'll be squabbles. When you're SG, and it is clear Sifuna was liked by Raila.
Yeah.
You will find people who will wish to oppose you.
But you might be liked by Raila then, but after that...
Yes, but you see, the truth of the matter is this. In any political party, everybody wants to catch the attention of the party leader. And anybody who is close to the party leader, believe me, will attract a lot of ire. There are people who will not want him as a result of that, because they feel
you're a golden child.
Yeah, that proximity ni kama unaharibia wenzako, and that is really not the case.
I remember one time I was working for a certain company, and the leadership of that company at the time really liked me and relied on me a lot because I seemed to be the most consistent one. So whenever they needed something, they knew they would count on me. Unfortunately, my colleagues didn't like me.
Well, that one, my friend, it starts with envy, and then dislike.
Oh yeah.
If you give it time, hatred creeps in.
Actually, I think for me it got to that point of hatred, and
all you were doing was your work.
Yeah,
nothing more.
And by the way, it's not like I was getting an extra salary, or special treatment of any kind. So it got to a point I would even be given extra duties, and people would be like, "Mbona ni Mbuvi amepewa?"
Yes, because Mbuvi has proven that he can actually do the work.
Yeah.
That's why he's given more work.
So in this case of Edwin Sifuna, is he suffering from the same problem?
Let me tell you this.
Or rather, could he suffer from the same problem?
He could. The infighting in political parties. Just take an example of Jubilee. After President Uhuru Kenyatta retired.
Yep.
Did you see the infighting?
Oh yes.
It went to court. So who's the leader? William Ruto was
dragged on for 2 years.
Yes. William Ruto was blamed for the infighting. But the infighting existed because there were people who are willing to take certain positions. Leave William Ruto out of the discussion. Okay? There are people who sometimes think that they can do a better job than the person who's there. There are people who think, and the moment people think that, then comes the mudslinging and the smearing. All manner of things will be said. Oh, this person did that. Oh, no one looks for the evidence to support what is being said, but it will be said. Okay? Edwin Sifuna stood out as a sterling Secretary General of the party. If there's somebody who was an apologist for the party, if there was someone who made the party stand out, whether it's in debate, whether it's...
And he was very eloquent. When you watch his interviews on TV and radio, and you listen to him, he would actually get to and I know some politicians were afraid of being on the same panel as him because he would literally outsmart you. He would tell you things and make you look like an idiot, for lack of a better word. And people were afraid of being on the same panel with this guy.
Sifuna goes to a panel prepared.
Oh yeah.
Now there are people who go because they've been invited, and it is soon seen that you were not prepared for this conversation.
They go to wing it.
Yes, because by and large you're repeating what you've said, even when it's not relevant to the point that is being discussed. It becomes obvious. And so Sifuna will wipe the floor with you. And the reason is because he's prepared, you are not. Yes.
And he first of all made a good name for himself. That's number one. Number two, he made ODM look absolutely beautiful. Ali Pamba vizuri.
Now there's the question of how does that translate into votes. For instance, Gachagua is definitely very popular in the Mount Kenya region. Question, will it translate into votes?
Okay.
Is he able to either carry those people so that he can give directions as to where they should vote. Because that's what Raila could do. That's what Kalonzo can do. Will he be able to do that? Because if he can, then indeed he will be a definite powerhouse. But that we can only answer when it has been proven.
Yeah.
It has to be done.
Langat Msemokweli is saying, ODM party died together with Raila Odinga. Chapter is closed for good.
That's his view. That's his view.
Raila has only been dead for what, 7 days now?
As I said, you know, remember the day we got the news, what did I tell you about what's going to happen? I said people are going to talk their mouths dry on this matter. Political pundits or people who claim to be pundits will come up, they'll have things to say. All manner of things will happen over time. But the discussion will go on. It'll be about Raila Odinga, it'll be about ODM, they'll be the center of discussions. There are those who will see, as Msemakweli Langat says, ODM died when Raila passed on. We will see, won't we?
We will see.
Yes.
We will see.
Yes.
Again, let's entertain another thought. For Mbadi to be leader of ODM, he would need to resign from his position as CS, right? Because he can't be a party leader while still be...
Is William Ruto party leader?
Yes, he is.
And he's the president?
He is president.
And so?
Okay. Get your point.
Doesn't have to.
But there are individuals who had to resign from their positions to hold national offices. For instance, Speaker of the National Assembly, that is Moses Wetangula.
That is a different thing altogether, because you're superintending Parliament, and Parliament represents all political parties. You cannot then be a member of a political party. You can't be a leader of a political party. You cannot. No. You cannot. That is this position of the Speaker is by far the most neutral position that anybody can have within what you call the three arms of government.
Atticus is telling me, wachana na hiyo story movie, Mbadi will never be leader. Bro, I was just entertaining a thought. We are allowed to do that, right?
Yes, we are. Atticus, what do you have against Mbadi?
He's actually, no, so Eric Owor is saying Mbadi is a simp.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
The thing about social media and the opinions that people have, you have to ask, do they know Mbadi personally? Do they know? Remember, this is a person who was elected by his people. And he was not, it's not as though he got a free pass. Other people stood and he won. So unless you're saying that even that winning was wind assisted. And he wasn't a one-term MP either. Okay?
Yes.
You know, sometimes if a leader isn't made in the image that you think a leader ought to be made in, then you attach negative adjectives to that person. He's a this, he's a that, he's a the other. And the truth of the matter is, I don't think he is. Not really. No. No. You may not like the person, then come out and say you don't like the person. So thereafter, whatever view you have, we understand. You don't like the person, so you're not going to say anything positive about the person. But he is not a nobody. He is not, in my opinion. But then what is a simp? I don't know.
So a simp is, I do not have the dictionary,
meaning of it.
Yes, description of it. But a simp is someone who is a bootlicker, more or less.
And in politics, is that not a desired quality?
Yes, it is. But now,
survival quality, if I may call it that.
Yes, for you to be the leader now, you can't be the bootlicker. People need to lick your boots, not the other way around.
No, they don't need to lick your boots. You see, this
no. For you to be in the position of what I'm trying to say is, for example, ODM leader Raila Odinga was not a bootlicker. He
never was. He never was.
But people used to lick his boots.
You see, the thing he managed to do that anybody who understands politics will ensure they do. He managed to actually represent what the population, the people wanted. That's why they saw him as their representative, because he resonated with their ideals, with their thoughts, with the things and aspirations. Now that is something that most leaders can't do.
Yeah.
Now when you're able to do it, then the people elevate you. Raila didn't elevate himself. This is what is not understood.
He was elevated.
He was elevated. People support you, and that support, and if it's undying support, it's unwavering support, it just keeps elevating you because you represent them, and the support base is part of your MO. People look and say, whoa, 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 this person has serious support. That is because they feel that you resonate with them. That's it. Any leader who does that will be elevated. When somebody is elected once, twice, thrice, that person is being elevated. Why? The people who vote for him feel this man represents us in the way we want to be represented.
And that is why Raila said things and did things, and he was never once, at least not in my lifetime, he wasn't arrested. He wasn't, and even if he was tear gassed and chased, no one dared put cuffs on him. Mtatupa tear gas hapa na atatoka because pia yeye hataki kuchoke, but no one will dare follow him to Karen because they know his house.
They do.
But no one dared went there and told him you are under arrest for this and this and this charge.
And if you tried, the people you send will tell you, sorry sir, we're not doing.
Mwenye unatuma pia atakwambia ati nani aende kushika Raila? Nani? Mimi. Bro, wendo mshike. Yeah, so, and that is what made Raila. So, will anyone else get to that point?
It's a position you earn, Paul. It's not a gift. It's not bought in a shop. It is a position you have to earn.
Yeah.
Yes. It's not complicated.
There's something we haven't spoken here with Mr. Widi before he left, but it's because also we are overtaken by the conversation. For me, it was really taking me deep into thought. But one thing we haven't discussed is perhaps ODM shouldn't necessarily have a Luo party leader, because there are other people in ODM. We have Oparanya, for instance, who is not necessarily a Luo. We have Ali Hassan Joho.
Not necessarily. He is not a Luo.
Yes, exactly. We have Joho. So there are other people that are not coming to my mind right now, but prominent figures within ODM. But I don't think they have a chance as far as the ODM leadership is concerned.
There are people who are in that position because Raila elevated them to that position. One of them is Joho. All right?
Abdul Swamad.
He was the candidate, the ODM candidate, and a stalwart, Gladys Wanga. Okay? Now, there are other people within ODM who have stature. And you will see them rising up. You will see. Give it time. You will actually see them coming up and rising up because, indeed, some are purely independent voices, the sort of voice that Raila was, and that's why I went into that history.
Yes,
it's not as though he found political parties, he found people who are going in a certain way, and he charted a different path. Now that is a difficult thing to do.
In the spirit of entertaining thoughts here, do you think Oparanya stands a chance though
of
being the ODM party leader?
If you're talking about this thing academically, I would say why not? And the point you make, in my opinion, is a valid one. ODM is a national party. And the leadership doesn't have to be a Luo. The leadership, we went to town explaining what it is that a leader needs to have within that party. And by extension, if somebody wants to lead what you call the Luo nation. This is my view on the subject. A leader who will lead the party will be determined either by the neck or by whatever processes that ODM has. Because they have a constitution, there's a way in which they handle their business.
Yes, they do.
They will do it. And we know there's a party structure. We know deputy party leaders, we know that. They will decide. And they will determine who the party is. But the individual who is a party leader must be somebody who can unify people, who can bring people together. So it's a tough call. All these people who are being mentioned, how many of them can actually bring about a consensus and bring heads together? How many? That is a question that you'll have to ask.
Yeah.
Because for you to lead a party, it means people can coalesce around you. So of all the people you see, which one will people coalesce around?
Good question.
Yes.
Because again, now it will bring us to that conversation about Ruto coming back to ODM as a presidential candidate and of course subsequently as a party leader of ODM. And now that now will change the conversation altogether completely.
You know the thing about our politics, huh?
Yeah.
There are those who claim it is complicated and yet in reality it isn't. The game that is being played is a numbers game. How do we form an understanding that gives us a chance of getting together a larger group of people than the other people who also want that same seat? That really is a discussion. And the question that you must ask is, if indeed what Mr. Wedi was saying here is indeed the plan that people that is had, yes, that is at the level of the political party, but what makes you think that that will necessarily have a following in the voter? These are two very different discussions. You can move around and lead the party. What makes you think that that will get you the votes you need? Because at the end of the day, all these things are supposed to get to a point where you are guaranteed a certain voting block. Now, again, views differ on this subject. There are those who say, oh, the voting block is now scattered. Well, I will wait and see. I will definitely wait and see.
Yeah. It would have been Anyang' Nyong'o, but he is laid back and plays the background. I don't think Kisumu governor, that is Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, is really keen on ODM leadership. I have a feeling, and this is just my own observation, and it could be wrong because it's not like I'm really interested. I've not rather been following up on his politics, but I feel like after this 2027 elections, he might actually retire completely from politics. Number one, because of age. Number two, because of his health. But number three, most importantly, because there's nothing else for him to do. To be honest, as far as politics is concerned, he's been senator, he's been MP, he has been minister, he has been governor. I mean, after this, sasa sinivo bana.
I cannot speak about what somebody wants to do with their lives, but I'll tell you this: I do not claim to know how the ODM party works, so I cannot even dare speak authoritatively about it. But what I do know is that leadership is not you wanting to be a leader that makes you a leader. It is the people agreeing with your wishes and supporting you.
Exactly.
Because they're the people you're going to lead. So when it comes to the leadership of ODM, within the structure, you can elect a leader. You can decide who is going to be a leader of the party. But that voting block that we're referring to, the person who's going to be able to coalesce them together, that's a completely different story. And that one, I wait to see how it will evolve.
Another person who's been mentioned adversely in conversations around ODM is James Orengo. Wakili James Orengo. And
adversely, how?
Like he's been mentioned a lot. What?
So he has been mentioned extensively.
Exactly.
Yes.
What was I going to say? Yes. So he in my opinion, if I were in ODM, perhaps I would be asking him to join that race
we have a new guest
for the leadership. Our producer has ran away, but I was going to ask her a question. My train of thought is potaying.
You're talking about James
Orengo. I think James Orengo can actually make a good party leader, and actually might be a very good contender for presidency in this country.
He has even been a presidential contestant. Look, that man has been in politics for a very, very long time. He has a following, all right? But as I said, I do not claim, neither do I wish to even assume that I understand the politics within the ODM party. But the people who are within it, the National Executive Council and whatever processes they have, that's how whoever leads the party will be determined. As for the person whom the Luo nation will follow, to anticipate and expect that they'll be followed like Raila, no. Raila had already built consensus within all the communities within Luo land in the way that he did his business. Whoever wants that position is going to start from scratch, because that will be them doing whatever it is that they need to do to form that consensus. Yes.
But I honestly feel like he might have a very good or what is it called? A very good opportunity to actually make it to the very top. Anyway, we do have our guest in studio. We're going to be introducing him shortly, but keep on sending your comments. We're going to be reading them. Someone says, this is Atticus, but if Miguna comes home, does he mean that if Miguna joins ODM, he might be its party leader? I don't know. Yeah, but we will. We can entertain that thought in the spirit of entertaining thoughts. We might actually just talk about it.
You entertain some really wild thoughts.
Yeah.
But anyway,
yeah.
In this era of freedoms, you have that freedom.
Sure, we do.
Yes.
In studio, we do have MP for Homa Bay Town constituency. That is Honorable Peter Kaluma. Mheshimiwa, welcome to Radio Generation once again.
Asante.
Yes, we just found us talking about ODM succession and Luo kingship succession. We were talking about that in the previous hour, perhaps.
Why are people stuck on this kingship thing?
Because the king is dead.
The Wanga have a king.
Unakumbuka,
the Luos do not have a king.
Winnie Odinga at the burial of the late former prime minister, she said the king is dead, but long live the crown.
When you put it in that context,
yes,
it is easy to understand, because a leader could be called a chief, a leader right now could be called an MP, could be called a governor. So in that context, she is right. And that quotation is apt. The person who stood out as the preeminent leader is dead. Makes sense. But in terms of what we refer to as a monarchy, we do not have a monarchy. I don't know why. There's some people who are stuck with this and they don't move away from it. And I wonder why.
Perhaps you should ask the Mheshimiwa.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me first, condole all Kenyans who believed in good governance, in human rights, following the passing on of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. We are still mourning. We laid him to rest the other day. I traveled straight to Nairobi because yesterday was also the day I buried my father. In 2022. We had small family prayers, and I'll be going back later in the evening today. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to talk to our people. I don't know whether you want me to address the issue you are talking about.
I'd like to hear your view on this subject.
Straight away.
Please.
You are talking here of ODM, you are talking here of Luo leadership.
Yes.
Two separate subjects.
Those are very separate subjects. Luo is an ethnic community in Kenya. It has its values, its culture, its traditions, its customs in terms of how that community does her things. ODM is big. It's a Kenyan national party. In fact, the Luo component of ODM is far, far smaller than people ever imagine. It's a party coming, you find it in Nyanza, you find it in Western, you find it in Rift Valley, you go to places like Turkana, the Maha community in the entire Rift Valley, the Samburus, those are the larger Maha. That is, ODM. You go to Coast, the people of Kwale, Mombasa, Kilifi, you go down to Trans Nzoia, Lamu, people who are very family anchored in the ODM party. In fact, that could be the foothold of the party. You go to Northeastern, you should be knowing that even the current chair of the Council of Governors is a governor of the ODM party, the Honorable Dr. FCPA Abdullahi Ahmed.
Okay.
And so that is the nature of ODM. Whether you are in Garissa, whether you are in Wajir, Mandera, that is the ODM. So you cannot be talking about Luo leadership as if it is the same as ODM leadership. Those are very separate things.
Okay.
Let me tell you something about Luo leadership. Luos have a care, and that care is alive. That care is a gentleman currently called Odinga. and you saw him speak
Yes.
on behalf of the community when the Right Honorable Prime Minister had that state funeral
Yes.
arrangement in Bondo. And so in terms of Luo, what you would call king, which in Luos we call Kir, the king Odungiranda is alive and well, and our community is there.
Okay.
Luo political leadership is different from Luo Kir. That is why I was telling you, talking about different things. What I know is that the Luos are a pastoral community. City will tell you, people think we are fishermen, but very few Luos have access to water bodies. In fact, up to around 100 years ago, Luos were pastoralists. We turned into, fishing as the next available, resource when flies and pests and, parasites decimated our livestock. But if you go to the Luo culture, it is very tightly tied to livestock, more so cattle, cows, bulls. That is our tradition. There is nothing a Luo does that is not tied to either the slaughter or the use of animals. I know you must have seen them when you were, crying, the digest, people have bowls and, people walk with horns. That is how we are. And now, as a pastoral community, Luos don't sit anywhere to decide who is their political leader per time. Remember I told you Kir is a cultural leader, not a political leader.
Okay.
So there is no way you'd expect we will sit to say Siti Muga is the political leader of the Luos, or Kaluma is the political leader. Number two is that political leadership of a Luo is a very spiritual thing. Okay?
Okay.
The spirit is what we call Juogi. Yeah, so that traditional spirit, okay, picks on a leader and you'll just find automatic following. In Luo leadership, leaders emerge. And I hope City could have been whispering this to you.
Actually, he has mentioned it.
Yes. Yeah, so leaders emerge. People don't sit
and decide.
And no one comes up to say, I want to be a leader. The way you see some people are joking. That is not a person who is anchored in Luo. If you looked back, like when Jaramogi, died, I will tell you, if it were left to Jaramogi to choose who was the next political leader of the Luo community before you speak about Fort Kenya, I can tell you, it most likely have not been, Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga. City will tell you. Because he had, or he could have had his own preferences. But Jaramogi dies, and Luos in their mourning period, sit back, and Juogi, landed
on Raila.
And I can tell you, when people were still taking it lightly, people like City, I remember after Jaramogi passed on, you remember the battle in Fort Kenya between Raila and Wamalwa.
Yep.
I was a young boy at that time, and I remember I was riding a bicycle. There were no motorcycles.
No, there were none. They were, but they were very few.
Yes. Yeah, it was with the DOs and headmasters.
Yes.
Those are the only people who had motorcycles in our villages. And so I was riding a motorcycle from a place called Rangwe going to Rodi.
Yes. Rodi as in Rodi Kopany.
Rodi Kopany,
yes.
Road Company. And before I reached a place called Imbo, I hear some sound. So a voice like Raila very far at Rodi Kopany. I think he was moving around Luoland to tell Luos he's leaving Fort Kenya and we are chatting.
A new path.
A new path. Remember, he's the one moving, but he's telling our people he's moving. I dropped the bicycle because it was too slow.
And you ran on your feet.
And I ran on my feet. So you see, my running there was Juogi. You know, Juogi.
The spirit moved him.
The spirit is moving you. Your body moves better than a bike on a plane level. You can imagine it. And you just find everybody's running there. Who is that? That is Raila. So it pulls people, and that Juogi directs the Luo community on who is their political leader.
Okay.
And it will not be the things I hear you discussing now. It takes some time. Normally 3 months. By 3 months going ahead, you'll start seeing signals. Therefore, I would, having said so, like to tell people who want to be, the political leaders of Luoland, is that Juogi also hates your aspiring to lead. You should let Juogi settle by itself. If you come out as interested, Juogi has a way of putting you where you belong. And then, by the way, if you remember then after that, you remember 1992, then you remember 1997 now, Raila is running. Other Luos also ran even to be president.
Oh, yes.
Others went to other political parties. You must be aware of how Juogi turned its back on them simply because they were disturbing where Juogi had settled, which is Raila at that time. And so you remember Orengo Rain, he did not get much. You remember Nyong'o Rain with SDP, with Ngilu. It did not go anywhere. And then they had to come back and align themselves with Juogi and Ababa to then, be the level where they are. Otherwise, City will tell you, for the next 5 years, even though Baba did not become or get elected president in 97,
yes,
there was a lot of problems for them. So it's a caution. I've had very many people saying I should now be the leader of the Luo. I should forget about it. Juogi
has not yet
identifies. Juogi will settle, and that leader will emerge. Juogi will speak to the spirits of the Luos, and you'll just see the Luo community align. Yeah. So that is how the Luo one will be done.
All right.
So let those who want to lead the Luo community after Raila, calm down. In fact, Juogi will reject you if you continue to intimate or indicate that intention. Juogi never settles at the obvious. It's a spirit. In terms of ODM leadership, I can tell you ODM is a party with a constitution, with rules. As we speak, Dr. Odinga has been, nominated
interim
party leader of the ODM. And I want to congratulate our NEC for that, because you see, in the situation where we are, we needed somebody with the wisdom, with the stature of Dr. Odinga to hold this team together. Because one thing which Baba has succeeded in, I hear people keep asking who after Raila. But I can tell you where Baba has succeeded in is that he's mentored and brought up so many leaders. If you look at the ODM party as a party and a Kenyan party, the one thing we have which we cannot talk about is who can lead that party. Okay? So we have so many potential leaders of the party. We want Oburu to lead as the party, and then we'll be having the right organ of the party. Largely I'll be requesting them to endorse him as we set also that the ambitions do not also cut across and destabilize the party unduly for now. But Baba has rested, but I can tell you I hear people saying, what direction ODM will ODM? There is a way in which when I look back city, I think there is some age when you reach there, you have a premonition of your death. And you start organizing everything the way you'd want them to be when you are away. I have spent the last 3 months, remember like the last time I was here?
Yes.
Explaining why Baba has had to do a number of things, including telling Gen Z to come down. And remember I was explaining the last time I was here, the situation where we were, and how therefore Baba helped us to save the nation. I'm happy now. The people who are saying we were sycophants when we were saying that are in studios all over confirming that indeed no single decision in the political space that Baba ever made was ever so made without consultations. Like you remember the one on the Gen Z 24 and what needed to be. I told you we met up to 13 times.
Yeah.
Different sections. I appeared to be in 13 meetings. The last at the level of the party were 3. And then you remember on that day, Wiper also at their meeting, KANU also at their meeting. We then assembled all the parties at, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Foundation. And so you remember the day that I was spotted standing next to Vice President Kalonzo when he was to read the resolutions. And when we now met, we were like, what is each party in Azimio saying? It surprised us. They had thought those issues and they had agreed. And so we said, then it is the same thing. It is myself, City, with Edwin Sifuna, who then wrote those resolutions, drafted those resolutions, which, you remember there was a scuffle before Kalonzo was to read it. But it was a harmonious decision on our, stabilizing the government together and being in broad-based government. So that's when I see some people now saying, hiyo ni kitu ya Raila, say there was a problem. So there was always consultations. Beyond those consultations to stabilize the government city, you've had now people telling you about agile meeting. Allow me to say that because you are asking about Luo and then ODM. ODM, I told you, will do their things under their rules. But as a community city, we have something called dual. Okay. And city will tell you what dual is. Dual is the meeting point of the top leadership of the community in position at the time. Largely it is a meeting or the caucus of MPs. The only person MPs from independents allow into dual meetings and have allowed always is the presidential candidate or a person from Luo community who runs for presidential candidate. So in our dual, since I joined parliament, the only person other than, MPs, because, leadership is run or governments are run from parliament. That's why people fight for the number of MPs. So the only person we've always allowed in is Baba himself. I know people are talking about a will. Baba said he should be buried in 72 hours. Baba said he should be buried at Kango Kajaramogi, not in his home. And he was a very, forward-looking man and very organized. He must have said how whatever he had on this earth should be handled. But I can tell you that before his death, City Baba also passed to us his political will in terms of the desire where we want to go. The only part he never touched is the part I tell you is left to Juogi.
The individual that will actually chart that course.
Yes, certainly. Because I think he also understood now that is a community thing, and Juogi and ODM is not a Luo party anyway. Yeah, but the last dual meeting we had with Baba City, we were at, we usually meet in our houses. We don't meet in hotels. It's a very private meeting. And it's a meeting in which confidence is highly upheld. So you don't enter dual with a phone. Even Baba himself as an invitee does not enter dual with a phone. Now for this last dual, Baba insisted, and we brought in 2 other strangers to dual. So I told you it's just MPs, both National Assembly and Senate, and Baba. But this time we brought in Opio Wandai. This time we brought in Mbade on Baba's request. And we met in one of our houses. In fact, let me be explicit. We met in the house of the chair of dual. So you'll investigate who is the current chair of dual. He's an MP, and you know it. And we met up to around 1 p.m. That's when we were living there. Usually meet after work so that you are not disturbed. One is that an issue arose towards the end of what we were discussing. We were saying, as a community, we are never people who are grey. And City will tell you. We are either black or white, not grey. And so we had a way of posing the question, Baba, what direction 2027? Okay? And in his usual style, one asked for his phone to be brought to the meeting if we could permit it. We said, your phone can come. And he opened some videos he had in the phone. Some of them have been circulating. And we listened to that long video. Then he gave the phone away. Then he gave us our history as a community, his history in the political space, more so from 2002 to date. Okay? I will obviously keep much away. But we did not know, City, that immediately President Kibaki was sworn into office. From Uhuru Park, Baba was shut out, State House completely. Told us how he would call now Kibaki from his phone. Kibaki does not pick. When he's with the other leaders, like Martha Karua and others, he calls Kibaki. Kibaki does not pick. He tells them, can you call him? He picks on the first call, and so he would speak through there. He told us a lot of, tribulations and of course betrayals. He told us to what happened in 2007, throughout. And then he gave us directions in terms of our alignment as a community in case he would not be there. And I don't know whether it was premonition City, but he said 3 times, if I were to collapse and
die.
No, he said, if I were to collapse, then he said, if I were to die, then he said, if I were to collapse and
die.
This is the position of my community. Okay? That also I will not disclose because I want to see how Juogi, settles. But I can tell you, in 30 days, as we wait for Juogi to settle in 3 months henceforth, we will be giving our people inklings in terms of his desire. But they are not also very kept. You remember when Baba was in Karachuonyo for the burial of Ibiasio, he also made some statements.
He did.
And he made this in English.
And it was clear.
And it was very clear about where we are going. So let me tell you that as we wait for Juogi to settle, on his part as our leader, okay, he gave us some directions, and we would want to mourn Baba for now. Thereafter, we will explain to our people what Baba desired for them by way of elaboration. But let me thank, the President City for the journey he has walked with Baba in the last, few months of his life, and particularly, the journey he has walked with us since Baba died. My brother, we've lost very many sons and daughters who were worth state honor by way of burial or otherwise. We've lost Jaramogi, you never saw that. We lost very powerful people, Aguin Kodek, Robert Ouko, in very sad circumstances. You never saw what you've seen throughout the morning of Baba. Ezekiel Yugi, very many people, very senior, members of our community. We've also lost people who are not from our community, but very serious leaders across Kenya.
Yes.
You remember we lost Omalo Kijana after 2002, in 2002, after elections. We lost Masinde Muliro. We lost Martin Shikuku. But even for those who are in leadership, we lost, vice presidents, isn't it? We've lost presidents. We lost, I said, Wamalwa. We lost Kibaki. We lost Kenyatta. Compare the organization around their burial, the passion and emotions around the fact of their passing on to what has happened here. You'll see it at a different level. And so let me, thank President Ruto for the honor. And we are a community who, in as much as a will is given, we never pay good with bad. So I can tell you straight, it will be very difficult for us not to say thank you to President Ruto, and we will do it now. We will continue to be, grateful for that honor and recognition. You watched what happened in Kitui yesterday when I saw those children of Kenya, recite that poem and sing. I found myself crying. Again. And to me, I think this is why Jesus said you should have the heart and soul of a child. Our children are so pure.
Yeah.
They speak from their heart. It did not matter to them that is Kitui. They can feel a leader is lost. You know what I mean? And they are so pure. They're not adulterated by tribalism, negative ethnicity, these things we think about. And I'm very grateful they honored Baba. Of course, when I was here last time, City, you remember I at the end of my explaining what happened with the Gen Z situation, said I hope the children of Kenya would appreciate Raila before he dies. I did know Baba's death was coming this soon, but I hope they now know the sacrifices Baba has made for them to have their country and for them to organize, themselves in their country. So ours, of course, is to wish Baba eternal rest. May eternal, light shine upon him, and ours is to carry forth, with this legacy. Teach our people, including those of us in leadership, that there is some hypocrisy I see in Kenya, which is very unfortunate. I've been largely, watching what you see people post, and I'm very happy that even people who were abusing Raila yesterday are now saying this is the best man we've ever had. That is accepted. But how I wish we would say more of such when people are alive. Because truly, is the greatest Kenyan we've ever had. But also a guy we have really tormented as a nation. We've not given his due, credit when he lived. I'm happy in death we gave him that due recognition. But let us speak more. When something is right, as a leader, say this is right. When something is wrong, don't keep quiet. That is how Raila wanted it. Say this is not right, and suggest how it should be. Of course, we are mourning, but it's also that lesson I hope we will, carry forth.
Mheshimiwa, I want us to take a short break. When we return, I have a few questions in regards to some of the things that leaders said during the burial of the late former Prime Minister, including things the President said, including things CS has said, including something actually the Honorable Ruth Odinga said. So do stand by for that and much more. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya's 2025 Mashujaa Day celebration shone a spotlight on the nation's vibrant creative industry as a host of distinguished artists, filmmakers, musicians, and broadcasters were feted for their outstanding contributions to the country's arts, culture, and entertainment. Among those honored were filmmaker Martin Ndirui Munywa, music producer Clement Rapudo Clemo, and rapper Paul Nunda Juakali, alongside several other creatives. Martin Ndirui from Nairobi County was celebrated for his immense contribution to the growth of Kenya's film sector and creative economy. Kenya is urging IGAD member states to develop joint strategies to protect migrant workers and boost regional labor mobility. Speaking in Nairobi during the IGAD Labor Ministers meeting on Monday, Labor Commissioner Helen Apio called for stronger data systems and policies to safeguard workers across the region. Apio also reaffirmed Kenya's commitment to regional cooperation under IGAD's framework.
If he's saying we remove wages from the definition of decent work, he said competition. They use wages to make it competitive or to make it attractive, but it is the point at which then workers or labor is exploited. So how do you remove the indecent component?
Following the death of the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, many of his loyalists are expected to face uncertain political futures, according to policy and political analyst Odoyo Owidi. Owidi says the contest to succeed Raila will pit self-made politicians against those who depended on the late ODM leader for endorsements. Owidi, who was speaking on Radio Generation, said that among those eyeing the top seat in ODM, individuals who relied heavily on Raila's influence for their success and should not be considered.
And they had started a movement of we want new leadership in ODM, but they were scuttled. You remember the men in black at Kasarani.
Yes.
You remember Babu Namwamba was also in that team, but they were scuttled. And in that process, the person who remained standing was Opiyo Wandayi. I think he mended his fences with Raila Odinga in time, and so he remained on the correct path. The only person I would say has been overshadowed by the president is a person who entered politics without Raila's help in the first place. Then thereafter, he could not grow because there was a bigger tree towering above him.
Okay.
But the people that owe their election, initially and subsequent ones, to Raila Odinga, I don't think they should be on that list in that way.
Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has urged Kenyans to unite behind the government's vision of a stronger, inclusive nation. Kindiki made the statement as he paid tribute to fallen heroes, including former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, during the Mashujaa Day celebrations at Ithokwe Stadium in Kitui. The DP acknowledged the contributions of both departed heroes and heroines who continue to shape the nation's destiny.
We continue to remember the many people who have sacrificed their time, their lives, and their comfort for our freedom. And even at this time, as we continue to mourn the departure of our former Prime Minister, one of the greatest Kenyans to ever walk on our soil, we remember many more.
Nicolas Sarkozy will become the first former French president in living memory to be imprisoned when he is expected to begin a 5-year sentence on Tuesday in Paris, convicted of criminal conspiracy in a scheme to finance his 2007 election campaign with funds from Libya. Sarkozy maintains his innocence. Regardless, he will be admitted to serve his time in prison that has held some of the most high-profile inmates since 19th century. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back. This is Radio Generation, 6 minutes past 9 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi and we are with the Honorable Peter Kaluma in studio. He is the MP for Homa Bay Town Constituency. In the previous hour, we were just talking about Raila's legacy, rather. And we want also to talk about the road to 2027. So, Mheshimiwa, once again, karibu tena sana. There is a question I said I was going to ask you. And
you said you're going to ask many questions.
Many questions, yes, for sure. For sure. So question number one, Mheshimiwa Ruth Odinga said that Raila passed on knowing or thinking that Gen Zs wished him dead. Do you think that Raila actually held that thought?
No. I think you've also misquoted Ruth Odinga. Ruth was being asked by a young journalist thoughts around those issues, and it hit her that, but Gen Zs up to the time Raila was dying was saying Raila betrayed them.
Yes.
Yeah, you remember I was in this studio and I explained the situation which led us there.
Yes.
And I said the battle or the situation of 2024 started with reject finance bill. It moved into Ruto must go. It then moved into Kufa driver Kufa,
then Makanga,
which meant both Ruto and the DP must go. And remember, I asked you to look at Article 146 sub Article 2 to see what becomes of the nation
if that
when both the president and the DP are not there. And because you are delaying to check, I told you as a lawyer that it meant the Speaker of the National Assembly would take over, but for a limited period of 60 days, within which elections had to be held or shall be held. That is the language of the Constitution. Now, you remember, we didn't have IEBC at the time, meaning at the lapse of the 60th day, we were not going to have a president, we were not going to have a leader of the country. And I explained that then anybody who is strong, whether through civilian coup or military coup, was to take over.
Yeah.
And I told you, as I said in other media stations, that in all countries where military or a coup has taken place, okay, it takes a whole generation or generations for that country to get back to rail, and for that country to restore constitutional governance. And I explained to you that if we allowed the situation we were looking at in the eye to foster and to go on, remember I explained to you, even you would not be here. There would be no civil servant, no teachers, no doctors, no retiree earning pension anywhere, because you're running it from where? So instead you'll be having tolls of soldiers and other people picking money around. But mostly we would be people seeking asylum elsewhere. Now this is what we were, in fact, people who are rich like City would be maybe in Canada, in Australia, people like Aloma would be seeking asylum elsewhere immediately. You've seen where it has happened. And because it becomes a rule other than by the constitution, okay, now you have a situation, City, where this beautiful constitution was also going to go. So I think Raila reflected and said, really, we had the independence constitution, it was adulterated. We fought for this new constitution. You remember the beating of people like Reverend Joya.
Yes.
The killing of very many Kenyans for us to reach where we were. When we now reached the level where we were passing this constitution in 2010, do you remember that is the time that Baba had the first surgery?
Yes.
You remember, in his brain. And I've seen a video circulating where I was saying I was being brainwashed literally upon the opening of my skull. He had a way of making things light. And so this a gentleman who was saying, can we let this go just after 10 years? Or we can save this nation, these people can organize themselves better. And so he stopped it. Instead of our young people and all Kenyans appreciating that Raila was about the stability of the state, so that we can still have this Kenya, good Kenya to work on. And remember, he had a quote where he was saying, better an imperfect nation, which we are still working on, than none. Okay, I would choose an imperfect one and we work on it, than having it none. The Kenyans, what did they call him? Conman. What did they call him? Traitor. Raila became traitor. Worst of all, you now saw Raila become somebody of handcheck. And remember, I said here, and I say again, City, once you mentioned the nation and the interest of the nation to Raila is not a guy you give anything. And that is why people always said it is very easy to out-negotiate him once you are on a seat. Just tell him, in national interest, or in the interest of Kenya, where Raila will leave you high and dry. I don't know whether I told you, you remember after 2017 election?
Yes.
I'm the one city who made a proposal that Kenya was to be split.
You wanted to secede? To
secede. And remember, I drew Kenya, one part yellow, one part blue. And I officially wrote to the chair of the IBC Commission, Chebukati then, and said we want to move under Article Search for a referendum to change the territory of Kenya, because that is what you do. Yeah, because the territory of Kenya is defined in the Constitution.
Yes.
So we would leave a territory of Kenya, the other one was to be Democratic Republic of Kenya, or whatever we wanted to call it. And Chebukati wrote back to me and said, you can proceed. Okay.
He wrote.
Yeah, and that only required that I get those 2 million signatures, and the Constitution then says Kenya shall go for referendum to determine the new territories of the states. And I remember that evening when Chebukati wrote City, leaders from the regions I was excluding from our Kenya met at Pan-Africa Hotel, and they said for Kaluma to propose that thing, that is Raila's idea. Those are the people Raila speaks through. And review the videos of the media.
Yes, they pinpointed you.
The following day, City, I rushed to Capitol Hill. I didn't get Raila there. I went then to his place in Karen with a swag. I was very happy. I was holding these people
Where you wanted.
Where we wanted. They are now crying after rigging Raila. And remember, we were part of the lawyers who had overturned the presidential election. In fact, people do not know, but I drafted 80% of that voluminous petition. We are not just people who take credit.
People sometimes forget that you're actually a lawyer.
Yeah. People forget because we have a way of subduing what we know in national interest at times.
Okay.
So I thought Baba would embrace me. I thought Baba would be happy.
Yes.
I was not even allowed to sit.
Huh?
I was not even allowed by Baba to sit. Whose country are you thinking of splitting? I thought you had matured. How can you sit and imagine anywhere that Kenya can be split into two? Who told you? No, go. That is the only time Baba chased me away from him. And by the way, having gone, in a swagger, I went back. So that is the context which Ruth was talking about. Ruth in Emotions was saying, I wish you looked through Baba's intent and patriotic desire for the country. Because it was a time when it was easy, city, for politicians to say, let the government collapse. In any event, we had just run against President Ruto.
Yeah.
So Ruto going away, Ruto must go. Was to our greatest benefit, and by the way, to Raila's greatest, because Raila was the main rival. So it was easy and convenient for politicians, and you've seen most of them in Azimio, left saying no, Ruto must go. They still saying to date, Gen Z should overturn Kenya. I tell them, even them, they would not be in this country now if we had that situation, and so that is the regret which. I think Ruto was expressing, and to me, Baba, if there is something he regrets, is that some of the people he loved so much and he sacrificed all for, he died without, reversing that position. That is a big regret. The other regret, which Baba spoke to me after our meeting at Agile, he called me to follow him. I was very concerned that we were talking of compensation of people who have been injured while fighting for a better Kenya.
Since 2017.
Since 2017. And some people had gone to court to, you remember, stop that team from working.
Yes.
And he requested specifically that I, together with other lawyers in ODM, including those in Parliament, need to join that matter and, give the courts his perspective. And on that perspective, I remember I spoke about it here. For personal injury claims, Paul, you cannot institute an action to claim compensation for personal injury beyond 3 years.
Okay.
And yet, you remember, Baba was looking at how this thing could go beyond 2017 down there. There are very many Kenyans who lost. They have not been, and it is not that we want life cannot be compensated, but those families are struggling. Some died, left young. When we were burying people like in 2023, you get a widow who has just delivered a child, a very young girl, because mostly it was the young people who were being killed. These people have nowhere with those. Some call us even to date saying, can I even sweep, just be a floor cleaner in your office for this child to survive? You came for my for Nani's funeral in Kondele. It's difficult. You just give them a spring. Others have debts, incurred following, the injuries people suffered. Others were hospitalized before. You remember that mama from Busia whose 2 sons died?
Yes, the
at
one
Jaramogi.
2 sons died.
You were there, and you remember I was showing you some photos here. I'm the one who led our team.
Yes.
On the request of Baba to go and check the situation there. That is why sometimes you see me post some things, you go asking, why is Kaluma talking this way? I talk that way not to say people should not be compensated, but I'm saying let us think of all Kenyans. Now, Raila was thinking of how do we open the legal strictures to allow everybody to be compensated. Number 2, to sit here, even for the latest violations, you will get city when people go to court, okay? depending on the lawyer you have, how well the case is presented in papers and in evidence, you will get the judge you appear before. You will get one person city being given 3 million, another one 1 million, another one 10 million, another one 50 million, another one 100 million, based on those circumstances. Raila was saying, why can't we agree as a nation that really, whether or not this thing could have been managed better, we need as Kenyans to embrace one another and move together. We heal the past so that everybody feels. And then we can bring a team which collates this thing and we say, when a person lost life, how much do we sacrifice as a nation towards that? When a person
is maimed,
how much do we give? If a person, lost a store like what you saw in Muranga the other time, what do we do? Remember, city also, if you left people to go to court to claim, and remember I told you here last time that for 75 people who were killed, largely in Kisumu and a bit of Nairobi, in the 2023, we filed a case through Paul Mwangi for the 75 of them. City, why isn't that case moving forward? I can tell you, if we let that case to move forward and the judge is looking at law as law, they will get nothing. Because you have to identify the killer weapon, where a person is killed. You have to identify the police officer
who killed this person,
or the person who killed this person. Okay? And I can tell you, in that situation where people are being pulled from houses in Kisumu in the night and being killed, who is this? And then you have to confirm negligence, meaning the person who killed you owed you a duty of care. Okay? So look at that police officer who I think was firing a warning shot, and it went and landed on our beautiful girl, Irene Joki, who was seated watching TV in her parents' house. Assume you get the killer weapon. Assume also, and it will be very difficult, because remember, the forensic lab, the ballistic lab, is also run by the police. Okay?
Yes.
Is the only thing we have. Now, but assume you get that. You identify the police whom you must mention in addition to the Attorney General on behalf of the state. Now you have the police in the dock. Prove negligence. The guy will invoke Part B of the 6th schedule of the National Police Service Act. And he will tell you, the situation in which I was allowed me to fire a warning shot because my life was in danger, or the lives of some other Kenyans were in danger. So I was firing to scare people. So that thing landed where it landed, as anything which is fired must land. I didn't intend to kill anyway. Negligence has been defeated. Finished. The case is dismissed. Where is Baby Pendo's case to date? You get what I mean? And so Baba was saying, let us create a context away from legal strictures, okay, which will allow for these Kenyans to feel they have been recognized as people who lost as Kenyans when we were fighting for a good Kenya, okay? Of course, Paul, some people disappeared, okay? And to date, you see even people who recommended this thing. You know, this thing is in the NADCO report. Who chaired NADCO?
Kalonzo Musyoka.
On our side was Kalonzo and Wandai.
Yes.
Who were on the other side?
Ichungwa.
Yeah. Maraga was walking with some ladies on the streets the other day during the anniversary, saying they lost children, they should be compensated. And remember, I came here and I was asking, but Maraga as a Chief Justice knows Article 37 talks about the right to assemble, the right to picket, the right to demonstrate, and the right to petition the right authorities for redress. Doesn't Maraga know that this is better addressed before the court of law if you don't create a forum away from the court of law? Where is it now? Now they are cheering the people blocking the compensation. Look at our 10-point agenda, which you remember was taking you through the other time. What is point number 8? Upholding human rights. And that is where compensation for people who are enjoying their right to assemble, their right to demonstrate, is captured. And so it was our condition. We didn't just go to support Ruto and everything. We said we want to support you to achieve this that Kenyans are fighting for. That's number 8. So it is stuck there. And you get even leaders who know this situation, including senior councils, are saying that team should not work. Faith Odhiambo, who was the one running most around when a person is said to have been abducted or killed, has now withdrawn from the team. Yeah, so you leave these Kenyans to the vagaries. How will that person who lost a whole supermarket in Murang'a get compensated? But by the way, who will he sue? The mob or who? You know what I mean? So that, I can tell you, City, is the second biggest regret. And this I say, this is a regret Raila has died for. Because he told me after the Agile meeting, we had lunch, and he told me, follow me. And he said, please, 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 join that case away from the legalese. Tell the judges that we need to heal this country. People call him to date as a person who was leading in most of these demonstrations and reform actions, saying, you turned our back on us after you stabilized the government. And you go even to say, people are saying we have been dying. For what? You know what I mean? So that is something that I would request our judiciary not to overreach. Allow the executive to do some things. And there is a time we draw a line between Ruto as a person, Ruto as a head of state and symbol of national unity. Let us give him that space as head of state. Ruto as commander-in-chief, away from the police, you know what I mean? And allow things that can enable us to build really a true nation.
Right.
You know, Mheshimiwa, there is difficulty in the times we live in. And the difficulty is perhaps best represented by what I loosely refer to as social media. It's a platform where people will express their views and present these views as facts, whereas in most cases they're just views. If I look at even what you've explained about the Luo nation and how our leaders are chosen, you will find that, again, because of social media, there are people who have already predetermined the position they want to take. That position is best manifested by Ruto must go and one term. And with that perspective, it does not really matter what good the government does. The predetermination is that everything this government does is wrong, and everything this president does is wrong. And it's a charge that there are people who are leading. What I don't hear when I listen to that charge is, okay, after Ruto, then what? Then who? And who is coming up with something that they will present and say, this is actually better than what we already have? Because if you were to look at social media even right now with the comments you've made, there are people who are already determining, again, through social media, who the Juogi has landed on. And why am I choosing this line of thought process, and why am I expressing it? I am expressing a situation, according to me, where people are not after the truth. Not really. They are after for what is exciting, for what is interesting, for what at that particular moment is, should we say, attention grabbing. The truth sometimes is none of these things, because the truth will upset you. It'll upset the whole equation of the perspective that you actually have. It is not possible to have a human being who becomes a president who will not have faults. In fact, he will have many faults. In fact, he'll have very many faults. And you know why? Because the attention on him is more than on any other human being that the country has at a particular moment in time.
Yeah, we are in a very unfortunate situation, City. You remember the situation I started with is that, number one, we have hypocrisy. Number two, we have people in the political space who are far, far less patriotic than Raila. And so to them, when you say Ruto must go, they see an opportunity for themselves. But they are not asking themselves, as you rightly say, the question that Raila was asking. You remember the funeral of this pilot, Montet, somewhere between, down in Kajiado. where the senator from Muranga was saying, come and join so and so that, we can have a change in leadership. And I think you reviewed that video. Okay, so now this leadership that I have to come for, when did Raila win? Okay, I have not just been declared. But that is not what I wanted to emphasize. He said, you'll say Ruto must go. Then Ruto goes. Then we have Kindiki. Then Kindiki must go. Kindiki goes. Then you have City Muga. City must go. And then you have Paul. Paul must go. Where is Kenya in that equation? Can we agree that for some time we can think about Kenya and see whether or not you'll be changing leadership? Kenya is also making progress. And I think that to me was very impactful. You remember, City, there is a time, I think President Ruto was speaking from somewhere in the heat of that urgency, when he was saying that if you are to shoot the leg. Immediately, there are people on scratches. And to date, you hear people saying Ruto ordered the children to be shot by the leg. You know what I mean? Is that truly what Ruto was saying? Because Ruto was saying there is a situation under 6th schedule of the National Police Service Act, Part B, which specifies 4 circumstances under which the police must
use their firearm.
Must use their firearm. And when a firearm is used, don't be deceived, City. It is a lethal weapon. So Ruto was saying, if you find yourself in that situation, please go for the leg. We've suffered enough deaths, but how do people turn it? He ordered the killing of our children, and the danger with social media, if not addressed, will be very messy going ahead. There is a country which recently elected somebody who was only on TikTok, and by the way, the election was just reversed on the account that the guy was not seen anywhere. Okay, but he's a TikTok guy who never went anywhere, but the hype is built, and the luck we have, City, is that for Juogi, social media can never, override Juogi, because Juogi is a spirit, is spiritual. So whether you make noise about Kaluma must be the leader, City must be the leader, if Juogi chooses Paul, Juogi will even, work on your noises, and you'll see all of them, moving the direction very smoothly.
Mheshimiwa, on 15th, the President signed a couple of bills. The National Land Commission Amendment Bill of 2023, the Land Bill of 24, Wildlife Bill of 2023, Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes, the National Police Service. I mean, you know them. And according to the people who've wamechambua, they're saying that these are supposed to give the government the power to spy and silence Kenyans.
I sit in the speaker's panel. I preside over the house, so I know all those laws in detail.
Right.
If you've seen any time I'm presiding, I'm never a speaker who sits and is just looking at the house. I want to understand what is being debated. Whether it is a report, whether it is a bill, I'll call it, and you'll see whenever a member is contributing, I also, and so people have been accusing me sometimes of asking a member who is contributing, but can you read this and also explain, especially knowledgeable members. Those laws were passed by Parliament. Ruto does not legislate. All legislation, wherever they originated from, must come in the name of an MP, not Attorney General or anybody nowadays, because the power to legislate is in Parliament. And those laws are passed by the representatives of the people. I can tell our people that no business of Parliament can be transacted without public participation. In the passage of all those laws, I can tell you there are reports coming from all Kenyans. And we normally do a minimum of 21 counties, at the very minimum, okay? What Kenyans have said in respect of each law. The problem I see in Kenya is that sometimes people who are commenting either don't read a bill or don't read a law as passed. Remember when we were dealing with the finance bill this year, people were saying, oh, you want to tax bread, you want to do this, and City, you'd remember even Buddy asking, which clause is that? It's not that. It's not that. Let our people read.
Okay.
The law has passed. We are currently dealing with the privatization bill, whose second reading I presided over, and remember I put the question and we said it was passed. Why were we dealing with it? When we went for public participation as members of the finance committee, I was in Mombasa, Kwale, Kilifi, Tana River, myself. And people thought that the bill was about privatizing resources. Until I stood and explained to them, can you look at clause 19? Can you look at clause 21? Can you look at this clause also? What it is proposing is this, and we gave bills to the people. And then the people told us, expedite that bill. Because the people discovered that bill, if passed into law, would make it more difficult to privatize than the situation now. Because it puts very many limitations and restrictions and procedures, including of appeal up to the Supreme Court, which people are saying now, expedite it. But you see, and we were saying, pass it quickly. Because if we enact it into law, before even this privatization people were talking about, it could even stop that. Okay? So the people talking about, some of those laws need to read them. If you find that there is something that is still amiss, an MP can bring an amendment bill to that provision or take it to court and it will be struck out. But I want to tell Kenyans that we are very sensitive on matters privacy, even as leaders. When privacy can be breached, even leaders are not, safe. And anything privacy, even if you've seen our debates over the 3 years on provisions of the finance bill which would allow, easy taxation in as much as it would make it convenient. Anything touching on the privacy, anything going beyond a person's sitting room or a person's, details of finances that are regularly, issuable, tumetoa yote. So if there is a problem, alert us. You can still petition us, and I'll bring an amendment. If there is a problem, go to court. But I can assure you, those laws, as passed, are very good. City, there is a time when I was talking about this Gen Z, please listen to Baba. Okay? A site came on phone here called Kremlin.
Okay.
City. And that site, that site came with Kaluma, went to a city called St. Petersburg in Russia, in a hotel they said Radisson Blue or what?
I think it was Radisson.
Yeah. I called prostitutes.
Right.
I was not able to pay them in the long run. They then brought their own gang. I was sodomized. You saw even human stools poured all over, which they were saying, are coming out as I was being sodomized. I don't know whether using bottle or what. Which Russia? Can that happen to you? And in which hotel that level? And Kaluma is a person who is an intact human being. I've not even gone to that city they are talking about, city. But they moved me to St. Petersburg, brought me back, and like a whirlwind, when you see most of my tweets today, city, I post something. People who cannot argue with me, what do they say, city? Peter Kanyuma, sijui haga nini. I don't know whether you watch those things. What do you think of my family?
I mean, I watched
reading those things.
I watched that entire
now, what do you think of my children who read that thing? What do you think of the friends of our family and my friends, my in-laws, my relatives who read such things? So we are saying there are clear instances of abuse of the cyberspace, and those we must stop. Okay? As we also safeguard the right to expression, the right to hold opinion, and we have a law which secures that space is used for national good and for self-good, not for destruction of others.
So at no point will the government spy on Kenyans?
No.
Because of these bills?
Not by law.
Okay.
I can tell you, no doubt, even as TCT is typing something on social media there,
right?
The government will always see what you are doing, but not by law. And under the law. And we put laws to restrict the use of all levels of information you receive, unless you cannot use.
There's a level of spying, though.
There is a level of spying. There is nothing I post here which they never see. When you are in a person, your level, I can tell you, Paul, you are an opinion shaper.
Right.
City, you are a stakeholder in this nation. You are for all communication. Is somewhere. You must know the history of even WhatsApp. Where did it originate from? So there is a level they see. What the law stops is their disclosure of the information they know about you.
Okay.
the use of that information, and then the law stops admissibility of that information if it is to be used to hurt you or to hurt your interest. It can't work.
All right.
Yeah.
You were to say something before I ask the next question.
No, please go on.
All right. There's something the president said during the burial in Opoda Farm. He said that, this is me paraphrasing, that he will not allow people to divide ODM. And ODM will form a very big...
It was not Opoda Farm. It was at Jaramogi
University.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
But you get what I mean.
Yes.
He said that he will not allow people to divide ODM, and he said ODM will form either the next government or be part of the next government.
Yes.
Perhaps, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, that to me recognizes that we are a multi-party democratic state, as stated in Article 2. You see, part of the political will Baba left us with, and you've seen people misinterpreting his last communication to us at Agile. Baba always advised, in accordance with our law, that ODM must always remain a distinct party. And so that when we are open to any coalition arrangement, we can never disband, we can never dissolve, we can never be absorbed. We only go into such arrangements as ODM. That is point number one. And I think President Ruto recognizes that we can go into an arrangement with him, but not that we kill ODM and we are absorbed by him. ODM must remain ODM, and I think it is something Baba could have also shared with him, because you see, even in the by-elections coming, UDA has no candidate in Kasipul, UDA has no candidate in Ugunja, UDA has no candidate in Magarini or in any ward where it is the ODM leader who died. So are us. You've not heard of ODM candidate in Malava. We've left them to do their things there. Whether they succeed, we want that unity.
Do you have one in Banisa?
Banisa must be ours.
Okay.
I think if it was the ODM guy who died, then I can tell you the ODM is the party with a candidate there, not otherwise. But I'll cross check.
Right.
But that is the agreement which Baba, insisted on, so that we want stronger political parties. We want to have ODM strong. We want all parties to be strong. Okay? But we can then go into a coalition. The second position of Baba, which he said at Agile, is that ODM will always have a presidential candidate. And I think I explained it here last time. ODM, when it is going into an election alone, will always have a candidate, and that candidate will be ODM presidential candidate. If ODM comes to the realization that it cannot go alone, which is, I think, the situation we've seen in Kenya for the past many elections,
yes,
and it goes into a coalition, ODM first nominates their candidate the way you've seen us do before. Even last election when we were in Azimio, you saw ODM first nominates Raila. Wiper nominates Kalonzo. Jubilee nominates their candidate. Then those candidates come to the table through the party structures, and now it is agreed who is the flag bearer. Once the flag bearer is agreed, whether he came from the ODM, or it is from Wiper, or it is from UDA, that is the party's candidate. That's what we mean. So either way, whether through coalition or as a lone party, ODM will always have a presidential candidate. I've seen some people being cheeky, people who have essentially left ODM, confusing people to say ODM will have a candidate. What of the situation in a coalition? When we were facing elections last time, Wiper had a presidential candidate, and that presidential candidate was Raila. Before we formalized the Azimio coalition, they nominated Kalonzo.
Yeah.
But once you go into a coalition, now the coalition plays. The coalition candidate becomes the candidate of all the political parties forming the
coalition.
And so ODM will always have a presidential candidate, whether that candidate is a member of the ODM or a member of the parties forming the coalition. It will be the candidate of ODM alone or in that coalition arrangement. And so that is what, Baba also wished. And I want to thank the president that he recognizes that there is no day city. Kaluma will leave ODM to go and stand in Homa Bay under UDA. Because that will not be in keeping with the battle Baba led for multi-party democracy with people like Matiba, Rubia, and others. We can't allow that. So ODM must be allowed its space to grow. Yeah. And I'm grateful to the president. He said he will support us to strengthen.
Okay.
You know, there's the discussion about the 8 bills that were signed. I'm glad you've mentioned that these things pass through Parliament. Let me ask the question. Before these bills are taken for the president's assent, do we ever make our bills public to the citizenry of Kenya so that you can actually read it yourself and determine what it's all about?
The people of Kenya look at Article 118 of the Constitution. It says all businesses transacted by Parliament, whether by way of legislation or any other business, is open and must be open to public. Number 2, there must be public participation. By the way, most of the laws which have been collapsed by the courts have been collapsed on account that there was inadequate public participation. And the courts have said public participation must be meaningful, must influence the ultimate decision. And that is why when a bill is going for the second reading before it goes to the committee, the third reading where it is looked at provision by provision, clause by clause, you cannot take a bill through second reading, that general debate, before public participation has been done and the report is before the House. And that report is a report of what people said, not just in the public participation meetings, all bills in Parliament, like those bills you're talking about, just Google parliamentary website, they're all there. They're all there.
I guess what City is asking is before the president assents.
Yes.
Are they publicly available?
They are available.
Okay.
Because remember, the parliamentary proceedings are open, okay? And then you go to committee of the whole house. I've been in a situation, City, where we have been condemning the current parliament, that the committee of the whole house stage is the legislation stage. At that stage, each and every provision of a bill is read word by word, punctuation by punctuation, and that is where it is corrected. If you saw the previous parliaments, that is the time you will not see Kaluma absent in the House, you will not see Honorable Millie Odhiambo absent, because it is also informal. The speaker leaves the speaker's chair to come down here. You can easily interact and walk across against all other rules, and you consult. And by the way, that is the time at which most of these provisions, are changed. And so studiously we've been there. Most of the members we brought into this parliament are always in parliament, other times not at the committee of the whole house. And that is why parliamentary also proceedings require a quorum. There must be at least 50 in the National Assembly for you to transact. Otherwise, if a person says there is no quorum, a bell has to ring. And if you don't attend it, the business, collapses straight away. So these bills will be transacted that way. So if you have a bill which is of interest, number 1, it is notified at first reading. It is debated at second reading. It goes to the committee of the whole house, watch it. Immediately it is passed. Whatever is passed is available on the website. And the president has been very good. None of these bills you'll find was signed. Immediately it was passed. Because president also has his own team, legal team at State House, so that you hear presidents refer back a lot to Parliament. Like before Baba passed on, we were dealing with so many referrals where he says, no, delete this provision, this is not good, this is bad. And of course, if he does so, it also comes back to Parliament. And the referral will also be available on the website and is gazetted. So there are all steps.
Okay. Does Parliament have a communication department?
Yes.
What do they do?
The Parliamentary Broadcast Union is to speak to the businesses coming on the floor, to broadcast. You see, unlike before when you had, the television, the network, the broadcast from Parliament was coming through KBC.
Yes, it was.
Now you see PBU. And by the way, Parliament has hunted so many of our journalists who are prominent outside here. Yeah. People like Goin, very many people who are prominent media persons are not
into the PBU.
Yes, those media persons are to communicate what is coming up, what has been passed, and briefly the effect or impact of it. So if you Google this, for instance, you will get all information about what that provision against all the politics seeks to address.
But more importantly, I guess also just in line with what City is asking, is there someone like a communications lead, like the way Philip Etal is of ODM?
We have a directorate. In fact, what we are now pushing for City is to upgrade the parliamentary broadcast unit. We have also a committee in charge of broadcast and communication, our whole parliamentary committee with 15 members, a standing committee, which I found in Parliament, it is still there. And then what we were saying, City, is that we need to move that committee and that directorate from being just in charge of information and communication to now public relations, because public relations is much bigger.
You've understood where I was heading with my question.
How do you bounce this thing in a manner that invites particular public attention and gives the right perception of a thing? Because I'm telling you, these bills are good, but because of social media and these are the channels of communication, people could be adulterated.
That is why I asked the
question.
And
City, I tell you, I'm happy you've asked that question. You remember the finance bill I was talking about? Let me tell you, by the time we were rejecting it, because of Gen Z pressure, we had deleted all the bad provisions and added very good people provisions, all of which we lost because we failed in terms of public relations, and we failed in terms of sound, impactful communication. So we want to upgrade it to a public relations, directorate.
If you look at the frequency with which our courts throw out certain bills because of inadequate public participation, this is really where I was headed. If there is indeed a communication department, should they not lead the charge in ensuring that questions such as the one I'm asking, even telling people and saying, these are the bills that are going through the various stages, and this is where you can find them? Because if I interact with that bill online, I am actually participating. Okay?
Let me tell you, like this year's finance bill, we even created a code which we circulated, and for the most of the public views came online through that code, and largely I told you that is when we went into the finance committee. I was previously in Justice and Legal Affairs. Now I'm in finance committee, and we insist, even as lawyers, that we must do this. Let me tell you, a number of cases we were also losing City were because of representation and the people addressing court on behalf of Parliament. So you get Parliament being sued, but the person addressing these issues is outside, does not know the procedures of Parliament. Within Parliament currently, City, in the last 1 year, no single law has been killed on account of inadequate public participation. Why? Because we've created something that is a caucus of lawyers within Parliament who can join the others outside there to explain to courts some of these issues. And I can tell you shockingly, there is a time that, recently they nullified the NGCDF Act, and we are in the Court of Appeal. Do you know the Chief Justice shocked us when he was called to open some court built using, CDF in Seme? So he hears the people explaining, the MPs are not even there. When they were having colloquium and we had a short meeting with them in Mombasa, said, by the way, this CDF, even if you look at our judgments, we've always imagined you have even the CDF check. You are the ones who decide what goes where. You go doing the contracts, and he's telling fellow judges, I didn't know. The CDF check is kept by the district accountant.
Yes.
It is signed by the district accountant upon receiving money and authority to incur expenditure to go to a particular school. Okay? In addition, with the fund account manager, who is an employee of the planning department of the Ministry of Finance.
Yes.
The MP is now nowhere. And the other judges are like, what? So really, we need to upgrade public information and communication to public relations. And it is important because while the parliamentary procedures are explicit Okay, people take them for granted. City, why do we have the first reading? Where you just hear on the order paper there is a bill on cybersecurity, whatever amendment bill, and it is just read by a clerk and then it sits back, no debate. And debate will follow even a month later. That time after first reading is when the bill is sent to the committee to take for public participation. Now, why do we do first reading? It is to notify the public that there is this law.
This bill exists.
Parliament will be considering shortly. So start preparing. People are coming to the ground. But do people know that? So
no, we don't.
We need a public relations directorate. And as I've said, move away from broadcast communication and information to public relations directorate. And it's something the current Speaker of National Assembly is thinking about.
The equivalent secretariat within ODM that deals with communication, would you say that they do justice to the communication that the public needs to know about ODM? Because what you've done today is do what they ought to do.
Yes. The ODM is also doing very well. You remember, even around the send-off of Baba, most media stations were being fed by Azimio, TV. And our ODM, communication system, you said, as Etale and others. And I think that is where ODM has succeeded under Baba. That ODM was able to build institutions and to be very institutional. Very institutional in the sense that you will find a member X disagreeing with a member Y, for instance. But once the relevant organ of the party sits and takes a position, it is done. And by the way, people do not know, but there are times the various institutions of the ODM even met out punishment, which you have to deal with.
Yes.
Like there is a time we had a fracas in Noma Bay. I was fined 1 million. And by the way, if you don't pay, they'll get you out of the membership.
What exactly was that disagreement about, Mweshima?
It's not necessary for now. but I'm telling you, that this thing, the lack about ODM is, having institutions which work within the party itself. The problem we have is that, towards the end of Baba's life, it was too, so you would see a member.
Explain this. He was too, put it in words.
You see, you would see a member doing things for which the member would be called, like contradicting a formal position of the party, resolution taken. And City, sometimes you would get so annoyed. You remember there is a time I got so annoyed with Sifuna, for instance.
Yes, you did.
And Baba and I said, there is no way, Baba, you can speak today. Then the following day, your Secretary General is contradicting you on a decision which was made, and a decision the Secretary General himself read, saying broad-based government has no... How? That is a person who must be sanctioned. You know what he told me? Hizo ni zenu. I didn't know he was going to die, it would be ours. Akasema hizo ni za dunia, hizo ni zenu. So I don't know. But there is a way in which he became too large. He therefore accepted a bit of misbehavior on our part. And I hope that now that is rested, because the strength of the party derives from its working institutions.
Right.
Those institutions would ensure that they impartially work and keep order in the party.
Mheshimiwa, one last question. We have about 2 minutes before we end. The president in Jaramogi Odinga University, he said, Mbadi Tosha. Should we give weight to those words, or what did the president mean by Mbadi Tosha?
The president does not direct our community. I told you our community is directed by Juogi.
You've said it very correctly.
So unless Juogi was speaking through the president, which Juogi has to confirm to our spirit being spiritual itself.
Right.
Don't worry about what the president said or what the president did.
Okay.
The president, however, appreciated the good work Mbadi
has done as a CS.
Has done as a CS, and I can tell you, the exchange rate for the dollar has moved from 168. It is now on average 128. 128 there for quite some time. It shoots to 129 sometimes. The highest it has ever gone is about 130. It is true that the foreign debts are being paid, though we are still dealing with interests. And I told you last time that of the 2.5 trillion we collected the previous year, which we are using this year, 1.17 trillion is going towards paying those debts. Devolution, they are getting money in time. Even this CDF we are talking about, goes to develop, the national government issues in our constituencies in good time, unlike before. So the president, I heard the president will be appreciating Badi.
Okay.
And I know the president respects the range and space of Juogi. So Juogi will direct the community, and then the constitution of the ODM party will direct the ODM party.
The president is a politician.
Yeah.
He had a lovely forum in which to endear himself to a certain voting bloc.
No, but appointing Mbadi CS, by the way, is not a small thing for us. I've seen people like Alwale saying Mbadi is Suba, not Luo. But remember the constitution.
Including yourself.
Yes, the constitution says there shall be ethnic and regional balance, and minorities like Suba will also be integrated. So though Mbadi may not be Luo according to Aluale, let me tell him, regionally comes from Luonyans, and we are very proud and grateful to the president that it is Mbadi who is the first.
Mheshimiwa, thank you so much for coming, and we wish you well as you continue to remember your father, your late father, and as you go back to up country, salimia watu wa huko na waambie wasikize Radio Generation.
Asante.
All right.
Radio Generation is 88.8
FM. But Luos are tech savvy. radiogeneration.co.ke.
Yes.
Hapo wanatupata anywhere in the world.
Yothurwa winjuru Radio Generation 88.8 FM. I kama wache weche wa maonge ngama winjo gik makuodho toke kucho. Ero kaman.
I have not understood it, but it sounds
I was
so
speaking in Latin.
All right, this is where we come to a close as far as the show is concerned. Do keep it locked, rather. In subsequent bulletins, we shall be telling you about former French President Nicolas Sarkozy, who is currently on his way to prison. That is the Paris La Santé prison. He's been arrested and he's serving his prison sentence as from today because he accepted money from Libya in his 2007 campaign. So that and much more. Don't go too far. We will be right back.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul.